Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. To start the meeting, I'm going to ask anybody who is here on behalf of Shaw or against Shaw, this refers to you. We have 8 minutes per side for public hearings. We've identified 4 groups who are here to speak against the rezoning. One is those who are concerned about the mosque. My understanding is Ford Chambliss is going to speak on y'all's behalf. I'm asking each other group to get together and appoint a spokesperson. So we would have the Shaw alumni. Please appoint a spokesperson. Anybody here from the preservation side, appoint a spokesperson, and then somebody here from the neighborhood. We can't possibly have 141 people have signed up. I'll speak tonight. So I'm announcing it early. We have at least 2 hours of public comment. That will give you time to kind of figure that out and try to appoint that spokesperson and agree on that. So anyhow, we are going to start the meeting with public comment. And I'm sorry. Oh, that's right, the joint hearing. Yes. The joint hearing is an application for historic landmark designation. This is a joint hearing with the Raleigh Historic Development Commission. This is related to 2501 Glenwood Avenue. And no one has signed up in support, and no one has signed up in opposition. So you'll start.
All right, good evening, Mayor and councilors. I'm Colette Canane with the Planning and Development Department. As you mentioned, the city has received 1 application for historic landmark designation. I can make a brief presentation on that property, but before I do, I want to recognize the RHDC members present, especially our chair, Gaston Williams. They're sitting in these first 2 rows over here. The William Henry and Elizabeth Dietrich House is at 2501 Glenwood Avenue. It was constructed in 1936. And while I'm speaking, I'm going to scroll through these photographs. It's located here on Glenwood across from the Country Club. This house is architecturally significant as an excellent and intact example of a Georgian revival dwelling, a style popular between 1890 and 1950. The Dietrich House displays many of the character-defining attributes of the Georgian revival, such as boxy rectangular massing, symmetry, a central hall plan, dormer windows, a classical cornice, a projecting pedimented central pavilion, say that 3 times fast, and a double-hung sash windows evenly spaced along the elevations. The house is also significant for its association with Dietrich himself. William Henley Dietrich designed this home for himself and his wife in 1936. He was a prominent Raleigh architect noted for his design talent, his support of the modernist style and its local practitioners, and his role in historic preservation in the city of Raleigh. His firm grew from a solo practice to become a training ground for many successful architects. His talent spanned a broad spectrum of stylistic vocabularies, and he is responsible for the design of several local landmarks, both designated and not. Some notable structures include Broughton High School, Sherwood Bates Elementary School, Oberlin Middle School, Crosby Garfield Elementary School, the completion of Dorton Arena, the N&O building, and the Knee-High bottling plant, and many, many other schools, residences, and commercial structures across the state. Because he was so prolific, we also have some historic photographs and drawings of the house, which is somewhat atypical. The RHDC has reviewed this report and found that the property meets the criteria for designation. The reports were referred by you, City Council, to the North Carolina Department of Cultural Resources as required by statute. After today's joint public hearing, the request is for you to refer the application back to the RHDC to consider the comments from the state and any additional information received today. Landmark designation will be made final when you approve the ordinance, which will typically appear as a consent item at a meeting following this one. I am available for any questions.
Does anybody have any questions? No? Well, this is a hearing. So I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearing. And could we have a motion to refer this to the RHDC? All in favor? Aye. That was unanimous. All right, now we're on to public comment. There will be 3 minutes per person. We have like 41 people signed up. Robin, you had something you wanted to say to start the meeting?
Yes. Under the UDO, as the mayor stated previously, each side is granted 8 minutes to speak on any rezoning petition that's in front of the council. So we have, when people sign up to speak for a rezoning case during public comment, we have notified them and let them know that they need to realign themselves with the public comment sign up. There are some people in the public comment that are signed up to speak on the Shaw rezoning, and I think that what we need to do is realign them to be in the public comment purpose, in the public hearing portion of the meeting. And I think maybe we can identify those as we go down the list, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Octavia Rainey? I didn't see you hiding back there.
It's to the 4 that don't have a copy, the 4 new ones. Good afternoon. My name is Octavia Rainey, and I'm here to speak on Senate Bill 25 that passed July 15th. Oh, thank you. My name is Octavia Rainey, and I'm here to speak on Senate Bill 25 that passed in July of 2015. In that bill, and I will be short and brief, that bill leaves out 4 areas. So it just omit those areas, and that is local historic district, places and things, and local landmarks. So that leaves the other neighborhoods wide open with no protections. In my neighborhood, I live in College Park, and they have built, including Larry Jarvis' department and the others, and Larry Jarvis' department, they built 100 houses. And then in West Idlewild, they built 75. In those areas, it is designed to build any size and any shape. What happens is that I have been over to the General Assembly for the last 2 weeks. I have visited with 15 legislators, and they all tell me that the city of Raleigh has no protections for us, but they can build in protections for us. But there's no protections for us. So you leave us bare naked for anything, any shape, any sizes. That's what's wrong. That's why the property tax is off the roof, because you allow this. I have been working with 5 clients and 2 in Joe Louis Park, where they are elderly and they can't afford to get their house surveyed. And the new rule says you have to have your house surveyed. So if you can't afford to get your house surveyed, you just go with what the new developer says. I met one of the new developers in College Park. He didn't recognize me because of my new hair, okay? He didn't recognize me. He didn't recognize me. So he was up there just talking about me. And I said, wait a minute, I'm that girl. I'm that girl was down there planted. What are you talking about? And I had to get him straight. I had to say, y'all come in black neighborhoods, and the first thing y'all say is it's crime ridden. Why in the world are you building there? Why are you building there? So, Madam Mayor, and in infill development, it states 4 or 5 houses in a block. It changes the character. So my neighborhood is slam out of character. But if you're building houses according to the picture of the roof, what happens is that the rest of the houses, they don't match. They are out of character. And y'all need to do better with giving us our protections.
Octavia, thank you. Next, we have Woody Biggs. Is Woody Biggs here? All right, I'm going to call off a few names, and if you will come down and kind of get in line. Ann's son, Gene Mosher, Chris Crew, Pedro Nahara, and Leon Cook.
I started coming here last December to discuss Glenwood South crime and noise issues. Since December, I've tried to reach out to the police chief about crime, the city attorney about the supposed new noise ordinance, and the captain of the downtown district. None would have responded, not even an underling could respond. Moving on, I was on a neighborhood WebEx call March 14th, which Mayor Baldwin and 3 of the council members were on, and some RPD officers. I expressed concern over the lack of a police presence in Glenwood South. An officer, I believe he was a captain, said about 10 officers are allocated to the Glenwood South area on weekends, and they are on the periphery trying to stop drugs and guns from entering Glenwood South. He also said he didn't think it was safe for an officer to be alone in Glenwood South. Said he thought officers should be in pairs. Now let's think about that. An officer has a gun, a taser, mace, possibly a baton, and handcuffs. But it is not safe for an officer to be alone in Glenwood South. If that is the case, then it is certainly not safe for the general public without that weaponry to be in Glenwood South. On that WebEx call, the 2 recent episodes of gunfire in Glenwood South were discussed. And we just had last Saturday morning at 2 a.m. gunfire at Boylan and Tucker Streets. So that is 3 gunfire episodes in the last month. Mayor Baldwin, on that call, you said, "This is a disaster waiting to happen." I don't agree with you much, but I do agree with you on that. This is a disaster waiting to happen. I am tired of hearing the city says that they want Glenwood South to be vibrant. Glenwood South may have been vibrant 10 years ago, but it is now wild, out of control, and increasingly unsafe. And the city has let it become what it is today. I had a video I wanted to show you of the vibrancy of Glenwood South, but for some reason it didn't get through. So the gentleman over there just told me to describe it. It shows a bar restaurant with tons of people all around, and people in the bouncers or whatever in there, they bring a guy sideways out over a railing and dump him onto the trash cans, and then he falls off onto the street. That is Glenwood South vibrancy now. Thank you, and I'll see you again next month. Thank you.
Thank you. So next we have Ann's son, Gene Mosher, Chris Crew, Pedro Nahara, and Leon Cook. If you could line up so we keep moving the speakers along.
Good evening. My name is Ann Sun, and I'm here to request the City Council to modify the missing middle text changes made in 2021. My husband and I live in Woodcrest, a little 1950s middle-class single-family home neighborhood composed mostly of ranches with majestic trees. Our street, Barksdale Drive, which is only 0.2 of a mile, has houses range anywhere from 1,000 to 2,500 square feet on 1/4 to 0.7 acre lots. Currently, there is a project under planning review called Barksdale Townhomes. Before the 2021 text changes and rezoning, these townhomes would have been illegal. 4 houses in, on the end of the street, there is 1,100 square foot family house on a 1/2 acre lot that is pictured. A builder is proposing 7 3-story, 2,400 square feet that are 30 feet tall townhomes. The existing house is only 15 feet tall. The proposal requests 14 cars. However, with 3 bedrooms, there is potential of 21 cars, not including any visiting friends, family, nor caretakers. Being an old neighborhood, our street is not wide. Cars will continually be parked up and down, when cars are parked on both sides, traffic must take turns to pass. Cars will continually be parked up and down since the property will have difficult containing 14, possibly 21 cars or more on a 1/2 acre. When the missing middle was originally coined, these dwellings are supposed to be compatible to scale and form in the adjacent single-family homes. As you can see in these unofficial renderings, these are not anywhere close to being compatible with our neighborhood. This isn't a case of NIMBY. My husband and I are both in residential construction industry. Our livelihoods depend on Raleigh growing, building, and renovating, but it must be done responsibly. We're not against density. We're not against builders and developers making profits in our neighborhood. We're not against affordable housing, which Raleigh's missing middle text still doesn't address. Currently, we have signed a petition of 41 Woodcrest residents who request the City Council to modify the missing middle text changes. I expect this number to increase in support. We're requesting sensible parameters so our neighborhood, which is part of Raleigh's vast history, doesn't become all high-rise apartments or townhomes as soon as the property is for sale. We are wondering which property is next on our street. Who wants to live beside these adjacent behemoth towering blocks where we've invested our lives? I fear for the, quote, if we can't beat them, then we'll join them mentality. Currently, the City Council is dooming our middle-class neighborhood fate by not providing parameters to the missing middle text changes. The builders and developers are just abiding by the current rules. The side effects of these text changes were not thoroughly vetted for negative consequences affecting our neighborhood's landscape. For this particular property, I hope it's not too late to find a compromise. We are open to two-story duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, but not these 7 35-foot towering townhomes, which are completely inappropriate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Jean Mosier, then, as I said, Chris Crew, Pedro Nahara, and Leon Cook. If you could prepare to line up to speak, please. Thank you, Jean.
Hi, I'm Jean Mosier. I did not realize how well attended this was going to be, so excuse me, I'm not great at public speaking. I'm going to keep this really fast because I know there's a ton of people talking. I just want to say how much I oppose the missing middle. I moved into the Belvedere Woodcrest area about a year and a half ago, and I really love how tiny the houses are. Almost all of them are one-story houses. 7 35-foot townhomes on less than an acre is just completely out of scale with our neighborhood. Really, in our neighborhood, when someone builds a 2-story house, that looks out of place. There are a few split levels, but really most of them are 1-story. This is just, it's just too big, and it's going to impact, I don't even live particularly close to this project, but I just imagine what would happen if this happened next to me. I would be really upset. I just hope you all consider how this affects existing neighbors and existing neighborhoods, and think about requiring large developments to add affordable housing as another option as opposed to doing this to current neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Chris Crew.
Good evening. If I could have a 10-second indulgence. People outside can't hear anything. Is there any way to turn the volume up?
Plus, we have an overflow capacity in 303, 305.
Right. But the monitors outside, the sound is not turned up on them loud enough to hear. Okay. If you'll check on that, I'd appreciate it. Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity tonight. Zoning and land use planning are preservation tools. In 1979, a North Carolina Supreme Court ruling involving the Oakwood Historic District held that historic preservation is a valid reason for letting cities enforce ordinances establishing architectural and other standards in designated areas. In 2006, the city began overhauling land use regulations written over 50 years ago designed to support suburban growth. The new regulations were designed to support a 30-year comprehensive plan, and many present here tonight participated in that long process. The new regulations were written to support more urban forms of development and create more objective standards for greater predictability in development. Among the tenets of the UDO was the recognition for a need for more affordable housing. It also addressed open space and the established neighborhoods that are important assets adding to the character and livability of the city. UDO became effective in 2016. Among the objectives identified are conservation and protection of the city's natural beauty and setting, including trees, scenic vistas, cultural and historic resources. That's directly in the ordinance. Here we are 7 years, and this council has been consumed with questions concerning ad hoc changes to zoning promoted by groups and individuals who are not concerned with preservation of established neighborhoods and cultural identities. I've spoken to you recently about Oakwood, Elmwood, Shaw University, the historically marginalized neighborhoods of Smoky Hollow, Idlewild, College Park, and Fisher Heights, and add today to the list the Joel Lane House, the oldest house in Raleigh. This house is mentioned by name in the minutes of the 1792 commission appointed by the General Assembly to establish a capital city for North Carolina. Later tonight, you'll discuss a variance request that will result in a long shadow being cast on that house and the land of Joel Lane, the cradle and heart of Raleigh. Is this in keeping with the objectives of the UDO? Is this progress or another giveaway to moneyed interests? Tonight, you'll be asked to consider how public comment will be received by council in the future. Improve the process, increase trust in your governance by observing the objectives of the UDO, by creating more, not fewer opportunities to hear and act on stakeholder input. I've been looking all year for the opportunity to say well done, and I was pleased to read this week that council members Branch, Harrison, Patton, and Jones have recognized the need for better public engagement, more protection of resources, and a look at the impacts of ad hoc zoning on existing neighborhoods. Thank you for listening and for your efforts. Please use your influence to encourage your fellow council members to follow suit. Listen to the stakeholders. Thank you.
Next, we have Pedro Nojera. Is Pedro here? Right, we'll call back later, just in case he's in overflow and coming down. Leon Cook.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mayor Baldwin, when you and the prior council, particularly Jonathan Melton, so strongly espoused the missing middle text changes, did you take the time to ask staff to do an impact study on the effects of these implementations? You touted an article that the Arlington County, Virginia Board unanimously approved ending single-family zoning in the county. And I'll leave out the sarcasm. Did you read further in the article about the downsides of this decision? While a change will provide a diversity of options for housing, what will it do for the diversity of the people of Raleigh? What about buying up NOAA's affordable housing and replacing them with multifamily and larger complexes? While I will not read a poem or rap as the articles mentioned, I will note that opponents were concerned about lessening the diversity population. This change serves as a green light for gentrification and displacement of decades-old residents, particularly seniors on fixed incomes who can't withstand the increased property taxes or rents, most of whom are Black or brown. I believe that before the city of Raleigh goes on too far down the missing middle rabbit hole, we should take a breath and do a comprehensive assessment to determine any major discrepancies and downsides. In your haste to please developments who may not be your residential constituents, you fail to do due diligence for your constituents. And I'll leave out another disparaging remark. Density can and will ultimately be a benefit, but not in the near term. Density without adequate infrastructure and adequate public transportation will only make traffic worse. Our transportation department and the NCDOT are overburdened just trying to maintain what they have on their list right now. Adding more dense housing only makes their job much more difficult. I earnestly urge this council to press the pause button to have a chance to review potential consequences of these hastily enacted text changes and to better engage the public. On a community engagement note, why, Mayor Baldwin and re-elected council members, is it so cumbersome for you to respond to emails asking for answers to constituent concerns? You say you don't comment during public comment session, so when is a good time? Perhaps more district public meetings, such as the new reinstatement of CACs, can provide for a more open and
Thank you.
interactive process.
Leon, your time is up. Thank you. Okay, next. Next, we have Donna Bailey, Eugene Myrick, Del Monte Crawford, and Matthew Brown. What?
Can I pause this video when it starts? Okay. Okay. All right, I'm ready. Okay. This video is from a rezoning committee meeting that was held in February about the proposed project at Peace and West Street. Please pay attention to Mayor Baldwin's behavior and her attempt to try and silence Councilor Harrison.
The implications.
Watch this. Harrison seems appalled at Baldwin's pettiness. I would be too.
Please sit at the table.
Law and order. Baldwin senses a mutiny and banishes Harrison to the visitor area for grimaces. Councilor Fort, you are fabulous.
She's the district rep.
She's the district rep.
Thank you, Councilmember Harrison. She is not part of the committee, but here today, this is her district. So anyhow, we are going to, do we have any questions for staff?
One of the committee members does have a question.
We have a decision to make about whether we keep it in committee.
Before we decide that, we do have the district counselor here. Could we hear from Councilmember Harrison?
That is normally not what is done in committee work.
Oops, okay, I didn't mean to erase that. We'll come back to that. That is absolutely not true. I have been to so many committee meetings. The whole purpose of committee meetings is to hear from everyone involved. We know, Marianne, that you represent the development industry, so we understand how you are trying to silence people who don't agree with you. How do I get this going back again? Here. Okay, I'll go on. Here we go. Okay, I'm not going to. You get the idea. The mayor received $13,000 from the applicant for her campaign, which they're asking for 150% increase from 12 stories to 30 stories.
Implications.
Okay. Okay, we've already seen this. I'm going to actually close this out. Mary, so she did not allow Councilor Harrison, the district rep, to speak then, but she did allow her at the next committee meeting. What changed? Did you recognize you no longer have your 5-person majority? The residents of Raleigh know you represent the development community, but you just can't make stuff up as you're going along. The whole point, and besides, you ran the committee meeting. You could hear from anyone if you want. Anyway, your
Thank
lack
you,
of
Ms.
leadership
Bailey.
is an embarrassment.
Next, we have Eugene Myrick. Eugene? Is Eugene Myrick here? Okay, thank you.
I'm just trying to make sure I don't get disqualified from talking about the Shaw issue if I talk about this issue. Because if the rules are just being changed for us, that's not acceptable. But
Could you address that, Attorney?
That's not the deal. Rezonings are, people talk about rezonings at rezoning hearings, and there's a time limit. If you didn't adhere to that time limit, then it would violate the UDO because you would exceed the 8-minute requirement.
I'm
You
not
can
talking
talk
about
about
that.
whatever you want to talk about, but if you're talking about a rezoning case that's on the public hearing, then that needs to be done at that point of the meeting.
okay, that's fine. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about C, where I live. Eugene Myrick, Southeast Raleigh resident, also class 94 Shaw alum. So recently, Councilman Branch, you had a meeting in the district, and you said that District C has usually had to survive while everybody else were able to thrive. And I just think that we're at a point in time where District C has been historically, it's been a black neighborhood, correct? Like for 100 years, it's been a black neighborhood. So I think we're at a point in time when black people are literally trying to figure out how do we build Black Wall Street and not give our properties to Wall Street. And so what has to happen is you're the leader of this district, and you have to pull the people together in the district. We have, we have white neighbors in our district. I've met them. Some have been there longer than me. This is my third stint in Raleigh. Some have been there for 15 years, some have been there 20 years. But what was interesting is at our meeting, there were some folks there that we don't even know if they're from the neighborhood. And they were browbeating our white neighbors. And they were literally being told they don't have a right to say what's going on in the black neighborhood, even though they live there. So I thought that was very interesting. And so as not to go into the meeting process, but I'm going to use my last minute and 20 seconds because, see, my wife and I, we're both Shaw alum, but we both worked in radio, New York, LA, Chicago, and everywhere we went, international show with Randy Jackson from American Idol. Matter of fact, let me just give you a whole resume. She had a Super Bowl commercial this year, 1 minute with just her voice. 3 seasons with LeBron James podcast, 6 years on POV, right? PBS. What am I missing? Oh, she had a part in a movie, major motion picture. No, I'm getting there. $1 billion franchise. Oh, you wrapped your role on the Tyler Perry series. That's on the Oprah Winfrey Network. So I'm saying all that to say, we have some good people in our district. And if you was trying to build that Black Wall Street, wouldn't you want people like Keisha on your team? Matter of fact, her name is Keisha Monk, the niece of Thelonious Monk. Her mom and dad were professional gospel artists. Sang with Inez Andrews. Her dad sang with Swan Silvertones. And again, I'm saying all that to say, this is your district. And we have the means to bring those people into the neighborhood. And I'm hoping that you will pull that together. Thank you.
Thank you. Del Monte is not here. So let's see, Matthew Brown. After that is Josh Bradley, Frank Halima, Tom Berry, and Tim Niles.
Good evening. Thank you for your service, and thank you for letting me speak. These are some more treasures that are threatened by the TOD, Transit Overlay District rezoning. These two beautiful houses were built in 1915. They serve as transitional housing for men recovering from substance abuse. They're run by the Emmaus House. This organization performs a valuable service to the community and takes good care of these houses. But the TOD will rezone them for 5-story buildings with intense mixed use, such as restaurant or retail or bar. Why would the city want these beautiful houses demolished? Let's see. This beautiful house was for 45 years the home and studio of Mrs. Willie Otie Kay, the famous dress designer and dressmaker. Her daughter June married Ralph Campbell Sr., and they were leaders of Raleigh's civil rights movement, and their son was the first student to integrate Raleigh schools. Mrs. Kay's home was a safe haven for family when bomb threats made them unsafe in their own homes. Here is Mrs. Kay with some of her creations. She designed dresses for first ladies and many people both famous and humble. Her dresses were featured in an exhibit at the NC History Museum. But the TOD rezoning will rezone her house to 5 to 8 stories. Why? Why would we want this treasure demolished? I heard somebody say money. This beautiful house was built in 1920. Since 1961, it has been an affordable rooming house. It is well cared for, and the residents are good people. But it will also be rezoned for intense mixed use such as restaurant or retail or bar. Why? The current residents use the buses more than patrons of any new business will. Please, City Council, save our historic treasures, save our affordable housing, save our old neighborhoods. We contribute a lot to this city. We are not ready to be sent to the landfill. Please leave us out of the TOD rezoning. Thank you.
Josh Bradley? Josh? Then Frank Halima, Tom Barry, Tim Niles.
Joshua Bradley, 1324 Spring Lawn Court. Mayor and councilors, last month, someone at the public comment complained about the Baldwin Borough up on 540 and Capitol Boulevard. A couple of weeks later, it was dispersed by the NCDOT. That seems a little suspicious to me. If it is cleared by the NCDOT, you don't get the blame, right? But I think that a call could have made to the DOT by the city. As the encampment had been there for a long time, why did the DOT suddenly decide to disperse it? Has anyone from the city reached out to any of the residents of the camp to see if they needed anything? Has the city provided housing to any of them? I know the DOD apparently did some stuff, but has the city? With the growing net loss of low-cost housing in the last few years, the Baldwin Borough is where a growing number of people end up. The number of people in these Baldwin boroughs is increasing due to the lack of housing affordable to most workers in the city. Encampments for unhoused people, Baldwin boroughs, are not affordable housing. Trickle-down housing does not work in a city that's quickly growing. The only moral, decent, and civilized way to fix the housing crisis in Raleigh is to focus on housing from the poorest on up. The top-down approach didn't work for Reagan's trickle-down economics, at least for the poor and the working class folks who make sure the city and this country function, and it sure as hell weren't for help with the housing crisis. You must do better. You must prioritize building housing for the unhoused, the poor, and the working class people. Anything short of this is immoral and will destroy the foundation on which our city is built. Housing is much, much more important than profits for the bourgeois. And I tell you, I mean, people throw the word affordable housing around a lot, but generally affordable to who? 80% of AMI, those people are okay. We need to start with a strong foundation. You don't build a house upon sand, and we don't need to build a city on the backs of the workers and the poor that we are pushing out into these encampments. I think that needs to be prioritized above everything. If you want to lower crime, build housing. If you want to lower crime, provide services. Just militarizing the police and giving them more money isn't really going to help. Now, I think y'all were all elected, and some of you I know and like, and some of you I don't know really well and don't have much of an opinion about personally. But I think that you owe it to the residents of the city, all the residents of the city, not just the wealthy bourgeois that threw a ton of money into campaigns, to make sure that the least among us are prioritized. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Halima. Is Frank Halima here? Please come up. Next is Tom Barry and then Tim Niles.
AV is ready. Ramadan Mubarak, our neighbors. Yes, congratulations. My comments tonight are dedicated to the memory of my neighbor, Eugene Brown. Gene died at home on March 27th at age 85. He was an architect, artist, bluegrass music player, and a strong supporter of Save Our Neighborhoods. As an architect, Gene was an apostle of the concept of context in planning and design. A simple example of context is that you do not insert a 17-townhome subdivision into the center of a neighborhood of single-family homes. Tonight, we're hearing from the citizens of yet another neighborhood where the missing middle text changes will seriously impact the context and character of their community. Woodcrest in Council District C is a hidden gem among Raleigh's neighborhoods. Driving through it, the first thing you notice is its canopy of mature trees. The homeowners are the caretakers of a huge biomass which captures carbon and serves as a lobe of Raleigh's lungs in improving air quality. The total biomass of Woodcrest could surpass that of Dix Park. Raleigh should be grateful that the homeowners of Woodcrest pay taxes on their wooded properties while maintaining a park that just happens to have homes amongst the tall trees. Instead, missing middle text changes have allowed developers to assemble parcels of land that will allow the trees to be cut down and 7 townhomes and a rumored 40 apartments to be built. The townhomes, 3 stories and 35 feet tall, will not be in context with the existing neighborhood. Will the new housing be affordable? Tearing down naturally occurring affordable housing with a significant part of the price paid for the existing site going to the landfill is not a recipe to achieve affordability. Encouraging this has the potential to destabilize the entire neighborhood and create more renters than homeowners. If missing middle has any potential to contribute to the solution of Raleigh's housing shortage or affordability problem, then require that it be the design in every new neighborhood which council approves. Let buyers choose to move into this type of new neighborhood rather than force it into existing neighborhoods. Tearing down serviceable housing does not promote building affordable housing. It promotes building more expensive units to replace the teardown to maximize profits. If you are serious about affordable housing, institute a rule of 80 to allow Raleigh's legacy residents to stay in their homes. If your age plus the number of years you have lived in your home is equal to or greater than 80, then freeze city property taxes. Older citizens living on fixed incomes are forced to choose between maintaining their homes and paying the escalating taxes. A rule of 80 will help them to maintain their homes, stay in them.
Thank you. Next, Tom Barry.
Good evening. Tom Barry, 811 North Bloodworth Street. So I'm just here to assure council that there is a large and diverse community in Raleigh that supports zoning reform and missing middle housing. Last Friday, I participated in the sold-out small-scale home builders workshop sponsored by the planning department. Nonprofit leaders, bankers, housing advocates, builders, architects, and neighbors describe their goals of building affordable housing in their communities. It's these small-scale local businesses, not big national firms, that will finance and build the new housing that we need. At other events, people tell me how building a sustainable, equitable, and healthy city depends on housing diversity. Across the country, outdated zoning codes that have dominated our cities since the mid-20th century are changing. High-growth cities know it's time to break the dominance of the single-family house. In Raleigh, we need to make missing middle housing easier to build. We should also expand where it can be built citywide, as other cities have done. This is the best way to mitigate gentrification and expand housing diversity and transit-supportive communities. I live in Mordecai, and my property abuts empty lots on Wake Forest Road. I hope they are developed as missing middle housing. I know it will support businesses on North Person Street in the business district and public transit in my community. I also know that cities that don't adapt will wither, victims of the changing climate, social trends, and economic systems. Council is doing important work. Our time calls for us to build for future generations and the common good. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tim Niles. After that is Nathan Spencer, Cole McMullen, Kara Sanders, Robert Courts.
At the last meeting, the mayor asked for clarification of the public asking for the council to be held to their code of conduct. Your code of conduct says this: public meetings can be an unnerving experience for some people as they are appearing in an unfamiliar setting for something that is important to them. It's important to treat every person with these courtesies. 1. Be welcoming to speakers no matter their point of view. 2. Be an active listener. The respectful thing is to pay attention, or at least pretend to. 3. Avoid debate and argument with the public. It is never appropriate to challenge a speaker. I read the data collected by the Engagement Board and found these sample comments. 1. The mayor has been overwhelmingly disrespectful to citizens who take the time to speak up, and that doesn't help anyone. 2. Mayor Baldwin can stop her routine condescension towards anyone who speaks out to disagree with her. 3. If any councilor responds to a speaker, the speaker should be allowed to respond back. Often, Mayor Baldwin claims the speaker is incorrect but refuses to allow the speaker to respond to her accusation. Recently, she accused a speaker at a public hearing of moving the goalposts, and the speaker had no way to correct the record. 4. Council should remain present and focused on citizens who have taken the time to be heard. It is disrespectful to see council members on their phones or talking to one another when a citizen before them has endeavored so hard to be there. 5. Disallow the mayor and councilors from having private conversations during the meeting. Many times, Baldwin and Knight whispered comments to one another while covering their microphones to shield their comments from being heard. All representatives at the council table should make their comments publicly. This is a public forum, and it may be against the law to hide what you're saying to one another. So, in response to your question, Mayor Baldwin, don't ask for whom the bell tolls, tolls for thee. On another topic, I was disappointed this afternoon to hear Mayor Baldwin direct the chair of the Human Relations Commission to add more language to his work plan for the protection of the LGBTQ+ community. At the same time, the mayor and this council have done nothing to respond to the legislature's current attacks on that same LGBTQ+ community. In February, Durham City Council passed a resolution declaring support for the LGBT+ community and decrying the hateful bills advancing in the legislature. Yet you sit here in silence while asking the Human Relations Commission to do the work you refuse to do yourselves. It's shameful.
Next is Nathan Spencer, Cole McMullen, Kara Saunders. I've been told that Robert Courts has withdrawn. So Nathan, Cole, then Kara.
Thank you. My name is Nathan Spencer. I'm Executive Director with Wake Up Wake County. I have notes, but I'm terrible at following them. I apologize. First, I want to endorse the annual plan. It's the staff worked hard on that. We've been very happy in past years as well with the way that it's gone, and I think you'll have some speakers coming out to support it tonight as well. The other reason I'm here is for supporting Missing Middle. I hope all of you had a chance to read our letter that we sent. I want to emphasize a couple things here. First, we need to support renters. They are a vital and exceedingly important part of this community, especially as home prices soar. They are going to become even more of the population, and we need to protect them, the current folks that are here and those who are moving here. The state restricts us so much on that, and we need to find ways that we can help them around that. I also wanted to note that there is no legislation that cannot be made better by having more discussion. So I want to emphasize the fact that while Wake Up likes the Missing Middle legislation as it pertains, we're very open to having more discussion about it and improving upon it and seeing how we can improve more throughout. I want to note that in writing our letter, I noticed that a single-family home now tops $425,000 average in Raleigh. I did the calculation because, it's there. A family needs to make $125,000 base with $60,000 down payment just to afford that. which is insane. The annual median income for this area is $98,000. That means that 250,000 people in Raleigh are making less than that. And that means that we have a responsibility to make sure that there is a way for them to have diverse housing options that aren't single-family homes. And it does mean that we end up impacting other neighborhoods. It does mean that we create density. It does mean that we have to bend a little bit on character. But it also means that we share the responsibility, and that I think is the key part of the missing middle, is that we share the responsibility of housing affordability across the city because it is everyone's responsibility to participate in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Cole McMullen, and then Kara Sanders.
Cole McMullen. Last week, ABC 11 News ran an article that a community conversation turned into a yelling match. The event was billed as a community conversation and included Mayor Baldwin, who has voted to increase the police budget from $108 million to the now $125 million during her tenure as mayor. The RPD chief, who never misses an opportunity to request more money be allocated to the already bloated RPD budget every time she speaks before council, and the Wake County DA, who has pursued the death penalty more than any other prosecutor in North Carolina, costing taxpayers millions of dollars. I decided not to attend because I had doubts that this would truly be a conversation rather than a chance for the elite establishment of Wake County to lecture residents why their public dollars needed to be used for militarized police instead of underfunded public services such as housing and transit. After hearing about the sparks that flew during the meeting, I kind of regret not attending. But all of this is to say that if the Raleigh City Council members are serious about having community conversations with actual dialogue, these conversations need to be followed up with action. Multiple residents have stood up here and talked about the need for less money to be allocated to a militarized police force that is not accountable to the community per state and federal law, and for that money to instead be used for public services that would prevent crime rather than reacting to it with violence. This upcoming June, you all will have a chance to demonstrate to the community how much you believe in community conversations, and your vote on the fiscal year 2024 budget will be very telling. Please allocate less money to RPD in favor of adequately funding public services. I would also like to express my continued support for maintaining Go Raleigh bus fares free at the point of service. I think a lot of growing pains that have arisen with the increased ridership that free fare brings can be addressed with solutions like all passengers exiting at the end of the line for a route. I recall transit staff had said these policies weren't implemented out of safety concerns for some riders who may not feel it's safe to cross the street to get to the correct stop. My hope would be that some of the recent policies council is starting to implement, like no right turns on red lights in the downtown area and two-way traffic in the downtown area, may alleviate these concerns, making it safer to cross the street and more feasible for end-of-the-line clearance so that transit services are used for transportation and not shelter. Additionally, it is my hope that transit operators are able to return to their open mic network soon so that they can effectively communicate safety concerns amongst each other as they arrive, which has not been the case in recent history, as I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Kara Sanders.
It's another amazing day in paradise. My name is Cara Lynn Sanders, for the record, AKA Mama Kai, Wisdom's mom and student. We reside at 1020 Buck Jones Road. Thank you again for your service to our city. The more I learn, the more I can see why people are reacting so passionately to the changes being discussed and made. I'm a solutions-oriented person, so I have 4 things I'd like to share. 1, I want to personally invite you all to attend the conference at the end of this month called Leveraging North Carolina's Resources to Prevent Child Trauma. I gave you some information about that last month. There is a pre-conference virtual roundtable on Wednesday evening, April 26th from 6:30 to 8, and the conference runs Thursday and Friday, the 27th and the 28th, from 8 to 5. It is being held at the NCSU McKimmon Center and McKimmon Conference and Training Center on Gorman Street. You can register at www.wakeahec.org. It's free to attend virtually. It's $50 in person, including lunch on both days. This is a statewide summit, and having the leaders of the capital city there would suggest you understand how important this topic is to a city that is bursting at the seams. 2, implement nonviolent communication, or NVC. It's a way to communicate by learning how to identify our own needs and address the very basic needs of our children and others without criticism, judgment, or demands. When I sit in this room, the needs I hear are based in fear for the lack of safety and security. These are valid concerns, but they are challenging to state. Please consider making this training a training the city council goes through and the community is invited to participate in. 3, will you please put a pause on developing anything new unless it addresses the missing middle housing as well as low-income housing? 4, will you figure out a way to respond to some of the requests? I think this shouldn't be a litany of monologues, but an opportunity for you to address the concerns presented. 5, in conclusion, this might be an odd combination of solutions, but they fit together personally because I keep hearing the words that some of the requests being made are consistent with the plan. The only way that this makes sense for me is to think that when planning for a city that's under major redevelopment, the only thing you can actually accurately plan for is the amount of utilities the city can handle, because you certainly can't plan for trauma. You can't plan for children with a history of trauma, who grew up living with their traumas, or who will inflict trauma on this community in any number of ways. We're already seeing it and hearing it from the comments that continue to be shared about Glenwood South. I would hope most of that gun violence is random, but we should expect that the next attack is being planned right now. We just don't know where. I'm asking we start to do something different so it's not here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Zainab Baloch, Adam Haller, Kim Underwood, Jen Treefire, and John Kiddo. She was. We'll come back to that. Adam Haller. And then Kim Underwood.
Hello, everyone. Adam Haller. Mayor Baldwin, council, fellow citizens. I'll ask everybody here one simple question. Who amongst you built your own house with your own hands from the ground up? Raise your hand if you built it from the ground up. No hands. Imagine that. Your house, your home, apartment, townhouse, what have you, was built by workers, construction workers, who worked for, get this, a developer. The evil, bad developer who built the wonderful house that we live in. I say that in jest, of course. It's not just the developers, it's the investors behind it, the building companies, the lawyers who helped the closing, the mortgage lender who helped the financing. Everybody involved who touched it helped make home ownership possible, make the dream real. Let's not beat up on developers alone. When we want to look for greed, we might turn to individuals who are excluding others from moving into our community. We might look to those who've claimed a birthright because they've lived in their home for X number of years, claiming that makes them more special or more privileged. They have more rights than a renter, than somebody who's just moved here from another part of North Carolina or from another state. They believe that their right to exclude, which drives up their housing price, is more important than housing people. They cast a blind eye to the unhoused under our underpasses. We should not tolerate that. We need more density. We need more housing. We need more housing in our existing land and our footprint. Oh, but what about traffic, you say? Who here does not drive? If you walk and bike, I congratulate you. If you take the bus, that's fantastic. But many people arguing about traffic, they themselves are the traffic. If you drive a car, I got news for you. You are traffic. You are the problem. Do not complain anymore. Tired of hearing about that. I drive. Yes, I do. And when I'm in traffic, I wait patiently and I don't complain. I ask you to do the same. And I ride my bicycle and walk as often as possible and take the bus on occasion too. You should do the same. You should ask your children to. As far as the city goes, you guys are doing a wonderful job. I recently tried to pursue the Safe Routes to School program and try to really push for it. I only found great welcoming people at Wake County, at the school board, in here in the city staff, and others. Everyone I reached out to was really positive. Safe Routes to School, so all our kids can walk to school without getting hit by a monster truck. This is what we need. This is what we need to come together on. Not worrying about traffic and protecting my property value. Mayor Baldwin, you've done a fantastic job as mayor. I congratulate you. I think Missing Middle has been, the changes are wonderful, and I thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Kim Underwood. Is Kim here? Okay.
Hi, I'm Kim Schleep Underwood. I own 537 East Edenton Street in downtown Raleigh for the past 23 years, I think. So I did watch the city council work session this afternoon, and I had to adjust some of my comments for tonight. So I'm not going off a script, but I'm watching the 3 minutes. First, I do want to thank Corey, Ira Mabel, and Bynum Walker. They've spent a lot of time in my neighborhood, Hungry Neck North, which is a historically black neighborhood. Both of my neighbors left and right of me are black and have been for the entire time I've lived there, and the ones across from me as well. Police officers, teachers, families. I moved there as a single girl. I now have a middle schooler and a high schooler. We're a very, very, very diverse community. The reason I am still speaking about my neighborhood after I saw some of the proposed changes today, one of which was, we are going to propose that we remove the prohibition against single-family homes. That's right. My single-family home was in the Transit Overlay District as being forbidden to be replaced, rebuilt, or added onto. Yet I'm a property owner. Those are my property rights. And I only found this out by accident last month. So I've been coming to these meetings and have learned a lot about a lot of things that scare me. But what I want to talk about comes up whether you're talking about the BRT, rezoning, it's affordable housing. My neighborhood was created with the City of Raleigh funds to help first-time home buyers to get a first mortgage, a low to zero interest second mortgage, employed local builders like RD Construction, Evergreen Construction, Lyle Gardner, built by local builders. And a lot of people had to go through first-time homebuyer seminars. It was incredible. And the whole goal was 23 years ago, come down to the city of Raleigh. We want to revitalize. We are all still there. Black, white, straight, gay, family, single, retired. We're all still there. We're an example of success. We are stable. We are diverse. We have a bus stop, but for 20 years we've asked for a bench and a weather cover on it. City hadn't been able to do that. But now we're going to promote ourselves to this big fancy bus system that requires this rezoning. What I'm saying to you is that we support missing middle housing. We would even get on board with the BRT a little bit more if the city would follow the successes of 23 years ago. We are affordable housing. And now that my black neighbors and myself have equity in our homes, we are being threatened, or the neighborhoods next to us are being threatened and pushed out low to middle income family. And so far, the missing middle that we've seen, it's just expensive, luxurious condo. And I have read the whole TOD, and it does not require any affordable housing. We have empty lots. One gentleman before Nathan Spencer spoke, we have empty lots galore. We have places the city could put their money into this instead of turning us into a Disney movie Up.
Jen Treefire. Is Jen here? Jen Treefire? Is Jen here? Okay. John Kiddo. John, come on up.
Thank you. My name is John Kiddo. I live over in the Woodcrest community and went to Enloe High School, NC State. I feel like I understand the city pretty well from growing up here. So the reason I'm here is I live over in Woodcrest, and I feel like there's been a few unintended consequences of missing middle, and I want to use this presentation as just a case study for some of these side effects that could be maybe tweaked or amended without throwing out the whole thing, or at least just making it better. So I'd like to show some stuff here. I think some of you guys have seen this from previous speakers. So my wife and I live in this house. Woodcrest, this is pretty characteristic for Woodcrest. Small homes in the front or duplexes, and then pretty large yards in the back. Middle-class neighborhood, established in the 50s. So when people, work their whole lives to buy a house, when they move to this community, that's sort of what they're expecting, within reason, right? The zoning allows, up to a quad, but this is what they're expecting. Here's another image of the street, so you can get a sense. Every house has roughly the same scale, gives it a sense of community. Here's a house across the street that was recently renovated, but done in a way that was tasteful, I think, and still within the spirit of the neighborhood. So the reason I'm here is because right after the text change was passed, the owner of the house next to me, which is the largest lot in the neighborhood, kind of immediately put this plan into the city to build 7 35-foot tall townhomes with parapets on the lot next to me, right in the middle of the neighborhood. It's not on the edge or anything. It's just kind of bizarre. And so even if you look at this and say, hey, live with it, how bad could it be? Like, we do need housing, so this is something we're gonna have to get used to, just deal with it. I think when you see some renders that I made that are unofficial here, it'll give you a sense that maybe this is unreasonable and some tweaks could be made to the text change. So this is my backyard currently, and the reason my wife and I bought the house, just tons of potential and some privacy and sort of a serene yard, to be honest. So if this townhome was built, however, this complex, that's what would go next to me. This is roughly to scale. And I think just self-evidently, without going into all these details, I think it's just self-evident that that's a bit unreasonable from a scale perspective. This is zoned R10, and I think something within a duplex or a quad would be more reasonable, and I just think this is a side effect that should be addressed. Here's another image from the front. Again, kind of puts me next to a warehouse sort of thing. And then this is from the street, and just this kind of monolithic thing gets thrown in there. So I think, again, Mr. Branch came out on Thursday, and I really appreciate that, a fellow Unla grad. And acknowledged out loud, which I appreciated, that this was an unintended side effect, this project, and that he'd do everything he could to stop it from happening. But even if you can't stop it from happening to me, I would like you to sort of consider this case study when you're making any tweaks, and I would appreciate that, just as a resident of Raleigh. And finally, just some constructive final comments here. So this is that transit overlay where everything in white allows developments like this to happen. And I think the way you could fix some of these side effects is just, this feels a little bit too carte blanche. And I think being a little bit more granular, kind of community by community, and allowing density that feels a little more proportionate could kind of still achieve your goals of supply, but not have these side effects. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next we have Natalie Liu, Hua Huang, Jennifer McKinney, Lucy Lin, and Nicole Williams. Yes, we're going to, we're coming back, Zainab.
I want to make sure I can operate this thing. So the mouse is here, so I just roll it. Okay. So before I get started, I can roll. Natalie Liu, I'm in Raleigh, North Carolina. In 1925, the North Carolina Department of Conservation and Development was formed. It was made up of many divisions with contradictory goals. The chairman and the director of the NCC&D were able to orchestrate development in North Carolina to their preference since they had power over so many different agencies. In 1934, the formation of the William B. Umstead State Park was initiated. It was federally and state funded. The goal was to buy 6,000 acres. In 1935, Oddfellows and 286 were on the park acquisition list. World War II and state finances affected and slowed the purchases. In 1939, the North Carolina General Assembly chartered the Raleigh-Durham Aeronautical Authority to build and operate a larger airport between Raleigh and Durham. In mid-1941, land purchases began in the area of the current airport. In 1942, subsequent to World War II, the federal government takes control of the airport and land is transferred from the 4 local governments to the military. In May 1943, the first runways, which were built by the U.S. military, became operational. In 1946, the federal government formally returned the airport land to the 4 local government owners. In the mid-1950s, the Crabtree Creek Watershed Program was initiated. This is funded federally, state, and locally, including money from the city of Raleigh. The goal was to control flooding, but as a secondary use, recreation was acknowledged. 2 structures are affected by the Raleigh-Durham Airport. Structure 23 created Lake Crabtree, and Structure 20 created the Briar Creek Reservoir. In 1967, RDUAA's first land grab was remote to the airport. This included land that was already on the Umstead Park acquisition list and land slated to become Lake Crabtree County Park. In 1974, RDUA acknowledged that recreation of certain types would be compatible with future demands in the airport vicinity. In 1976, under threat of condemnation, the RDUAA took management control of Oddfellows, even though they expanded on the whole opposite side of the airport. In 1979, Wake County formally recognized public recreation at the watershed sites. In 1981, Wake County recognized that the airport didn't need the Lake Crabtree area lands, and thus they wanted to purchase it. This sale was blocked because the former NCC&D chairman, who orchestrated that area getting control of the land, was now head of the Raleigh-Durham Airport Land Committee, little backdoor dealings. In 1985, Wake County leased the land from the RDUA for the creation of Lake Crabtree County Park. In recent years, RDUA claims to only get a small lease for the money. RDUA fails to acknowledge it was taxpayer money that built a water line to the airport as part of the lease. Sewer lines and roads were also built. So millions of dollars of taxpayer money has gone into that area, and RDU Airport has been able to take account of that. So essentially what's happened is, using their insider knowledge, political connections, personal connections, and access to federal monies, past members of the RDUAA and NCC&D blocked established plans for Umstead to expand and for Wake County to create a permanent park at the Wake Watershed 23.
Thank you.
And,
Next, Hua Huang.
Yep. So, picking up from Natalie's points about the need to put save money and improve community goodwill and stewardship toward Crabtree Creek and the lands around it. So, just want to mention that from the recent draft environmental assessment for the RDU Airport replacement runway 5L23R, we learned that RDUAA will be required to provide mitigation for the 8,780 linear feet of stream, 22.6 acres of riparian buffers, and 2.53 acres of wetlands that will be permanently destroyed with this project. The value of this required mitigation will likely be 10 to 15 million, perhaps more. And so the draft, the EA suggests that RDUAA write a check to mitigation bank. So this is wrong because paying for some mitigation somewhere else will not help the water from being affected. And remember, all water, everything from the airport flows to Umstead State Park. All the streams and the waters on the airport, and they flow through Crabtree Creek and William B. Umstead, and that's demonstrated by the fact that the drainage from the Ward transformer site by US 70 on the west side of the airport flows to Raleigh Creek, then to Crabtree Creek, then to William B. Umstead, and the PCB contamination from that site has made it all the way through Umstead Park and all the way to News River. So all water from Briar Creek, Haley's Branch, along with Umstead Park boundary, and Crabtree Creek flow to Crabtree Creek as it enters the park. So the new RDU runway and the streams and wetlands impacted have a direct impact on Crabtree Creek and William B. Umstead State Park. So our recommendation is for the City Council to ask the RDUAA appointee to not write a check for some off-site benefit, but instead mitigate on-site. Options could include buffer protective easement along Haley's Branch between Umstead State Park and the proposed 11,200 parking space for the park economy street lot, or buffer protective easement along Haley's Branch between Umstead State Park and the proposed 4,200 parking space for the rental car storage parking lot, and the maintenance area proposed along the Umstead State Park and Haley's Branch. Protective easement and management agreement at Lake Crabtree County Park. For example, preserve the 147 acres of bike and trails managed by Wake County, or transfer land ownership management of these current forest buffers along Crabtree Creek, Crabtree Lake, and Haley's Branch. So all these options could cost RDUAA nothing in direct outlay, but satisfy the federal and state requirement for mitigation. Net result, RDU saves money. Crabtree Creek and William B. Umstead State Park are better protected from the downstream harm of the new runway that will cause, and the community relationship with the airport improve. Win, win, win. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Next is Jennifer McKinney. Is Jennifer here? Okay. Lucy Lynn. Is Lucy here? Nicole Williams. Next, we have Karen Ringe, Michael Stevenson, Maggie Sasser, Dave Phillips. Okay, could you give your name, please?
I'm Nicole Williams.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I did send a presentation, but I sent it post the date that it was required, so I didn't know if they had it to present or no. No? Okay. So may I just ask, if I did send it, will it be put in the minutes? The presentation? Yes. Okay, so what I was just asking them, I did put together a presentation for tonight, but I didn't submit it in time, but they said that it will be placed in the minutes for this meeting. Good evening, everyone. My name is Nicole. I've spoken here several times before regarding homelessness and sexual harassment. Tonight, I wanted to update you on the response that I got. I spoke about RPD not responding to a claim that I made about an officer touching me inappropriately. They did get in touch with me right after that meeting, and I was told that the officer was no longer there, so he wasn't questioned. But from what they gathered, they felt like that he had done no wrong. I still disagreed, and so I asked if there would be any, I guess, alternative method to searching someone who was not necessarily suspected of a crime for transport or whatever matter may occur. And I was told no because, you know, they were mostly concerned about the protection of the police. But I'm still stating to the city of Raleigh, I do still think, and to the task force, I do still think that there should be some alternative way to search individuals for transport, because I just don't think a man should ever be able to touch a woman in her private areas without any consent, period. Also, as you probably know, I'm homeless, and so I was also addressed by the Acorn unit, which works for RPD, and these, they have been charged with trying to assist people in homelessness to find housing. However, they are refusing to help me find housing because I refuse to submit my name to a system known as HMIS, Homeless Management Information System, which is also called the SHARE system, which is where they place all your personal identifiable information, such as your picture, your date of birth, your whole name, and your last four social. And I just feel like that's a violation of privacy, and I don't feel like I should have to subject to that for you to find me housing. So that's on me. Also, I only have 25 seconds, so I can only address that the situation of harassment from the warehouse district bars is still occurring. You may or may not know about that. And I'll continue to address the managers who have sent me no response. I know that from looking on the city council website, there has been some ordinances has been put in place, and I'm not sure how far that's gone, but keep pushing and keep advocating.
Thank you. Next, we have Karen Ringe, Michael Stevenson, Maggie Sasser, and Dave Phillips.
Hello, I'm Karen Ringe. I live at 1543 Sunrise Avenue. For the last 5 years, I've had the pleasure of serving you as a member of the Raleigh Transit Authority. And as you know, we're tasked with overseeing the implementation of the WAKE Transit Plan, which was the goal of which is to expand public transit and make it much more effective for our citizens. And we've been working on that since 2017. And we understand that there's a very important relationship between effective transit that works for everyone and our land use. And you can look no further than any other city in this country that has a good transit system, or around the world, places that people from Raleigh travel to all the time and enjoy using because they are walkable and very transit accessible. And we know from experience, and all these cities prove it, that for a transit system to work well, you have to have higher density than single-family homes near transit. Not everywhere in the city, but near transit lines. And Raleigh voters supported this notion and this transit plan so much that in 2016, we voted to self-tax ourselves by supporting a half-cent sales tax dedicated solely to increasing public transit. And we are still all paying that every single day. And Wake County voters voted for that at 53% in support, but in Raleigh, we voted it at 60-some% and 70-some%. So I'm here today in support of the transit overlay districts for the BRT system, and I'm also supporting the missing middle. And I just wanted to remind everyone that that's a very large percentage of our population in the city that is supporting public transit. And if we want to have an effective transit system into the future as we continue to grow, we have to change our land use plan, not everywhere, but certainly contiguous to where frequent transit has been planned. And we've been doing that for many years, and there have been years, I've seen at public input, people want more frequent transit, and they want to live in walkable communities where transit is also effective. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Stevenson.
Good evening, Michael Stevenson, 210 East Forest Drive. I just want to briefly talk about missing middle with a bit of a historical perspective. I've heard in meetings like this, it's said that missing middle is an experiment, something that's untested. But if you look at the history of cities and towns in America, you'll find that's not true. In fact, the opposite is true. Historically, our cities grew organically with different uses and housing types in close proximity for convenience and ease of access for the residents. For centuries, what we're calling missing middle was simply dwellings. And it was just an ordinary part of our towns and cities. The real experiment in city planning was 20th century exclusionary zoning and the resulting suburban development patterns. This was the first time in history that cities were carved into separate sections for separate uses. The result is large areas of our cities isolated from each other, separated by use, race, and income, and forcing residents into their cars to go about their daily business. Today, cities everywhere realize that this great experiment was a failed one. And many cities, like Raleigh, are now taking steps to return to the historic, time-tested model for urban development that created the most beautiful and vibrant parts of our historic sections of our cities. The missing middle text change is just one of these steps, and a very important one. Thank you for making this long overdue reform, and I encourage you to continue along that path because Raleigh has to evolve to accommodate the growth we're going to see in the next century. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Maggie Sasser. Is Maggie here? Dave Phillips.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. Appreciate you guys being here and giving me a chance to address you on the missing middle housing opportunity that we have with us. My name is Dave Phillips. I'm the CEO of the Raleigh Regional Association of Realtors, who represent the 10,000 realtors in Wake and Harnett County. And I'm grateful for the efforts of City Council to this point to expand our housing opportunities within the city and allowing all the different options that are out there so we can house all of our people. Unfortunately, we still have a great need for more housing in the city, especially in the middle income level. As of today, we only have 51 homes on the market in the Raleigh area, in the Raleigh city, that are under $300,000. Just 51 homes for sale in Raleigh for under $300,000. And only 12 of those are actually detached homes, of course, made up, rest of them with duplexes, condos, and townhomes. While only 51 homes under 300,000 is a kind of startling number, the more important statistic that is that only one of those houses, only one of the 51 houses that are currently priced at under $300,000 in the city of Raleigh, only one of those was built after 2010. The need for more middle-income housing options is just undeniable. As a comparison to the 51 middle-income houses on the market, there are currently 171 homes for sale in Raleigh for more than $1 million. And 125 of those, 125 of the 171 million plus homes were all built after 2010. We need to build more middle-income housing. Thank you for your time and attention to the middle housing crisis, and we truly support what the council is doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's see, Jim Anthony is not here, but left a message in support of missing middle housing. After that is Seth Holler, Kevin Scorsone, Dave Ulmer, and Jalen Ward.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. Appreciate the time to come out today. I guess if I had a theme to go with this, it'd be a vision to build for people and not for cars. You know, I'm a resident of University Park, and I've long supported denser walkable development. I've heard the same old arguments of parking, traffic, noise, impacts, zonings many times before. And I understand people's concerns. You would think that when big developments came up for zoning that it was the start of World War III. But guess what? Developments have come and gone, and they're not even whispered about anymore. What stays are the lingering effects of not building enough housing to handle the demand that we have in our region that's growing. You know, people have talked about it before. It is a housing crisis, and we're coming at this probably 20 years too late. You know, we're hurting because we have huge success, great workforce, great job creation, but time and again, failing to deliver on significant blocks of housing stock. It's the age-old supply and demand problem. Since I've been here for 15 years, some people will fight tooth and nail to create as many barriers as possible to prevent something from being built. You know, it's death by 1,000 cuts. Not taking action now, you know, because of one or two issues, you know, delays things, and that in itself is a decision that you've made not to move forward. You know, I can't talk about possibly all the things I want to talk about today, but, you know, here are some additional thoughts. I can't emphasize enough that we should drive development that prioritizes people spaces and not cars. And in that, it depends on where you build. And with missing middle housing, you know, design and developing in areas where you reduce car dependency just is a no-brainer. It makes lots of sense. In my neighborhood, University Park, which I consider downtown, you know, without a missing middle policy, you see lots of small houses go down and then huge houses go up. You know, you can get $1 million house, but you're not increasing the housing stock. You're simply replacing it. You know, why can't you put duplexes, triplexes, you know, sixplexes in there? It just makes sense, especially considering where we're located. You know, buses on Hillsborough Street having more traffic anywhere else, as opposed to, you know, next to downtown. You know, we are a stranglehold of single-family zoning. You know, Raleigh's document, which talks about land use, 34% of land's total area is dedicated to single-family housing. We have what I would describe as a stranglehold on development because we can't build anything but single-family housing here. We've got to change things, and we're 20 years too behind on this. This is a crisis. You know, you can talk about wanting to make change and, you know, making delays for 6 months or 1 year, but then you make the problem worse. So you have to act now to save everyone, ourselves, reduce housing prices, and get people to come in and live who can work here.
Thank you, Seth.
Thank you.
Kevin Scorsone. After that is David Ulmer.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Scorsone, and I am the Government Affairs Director for the Raleigh Regional Association of Realtors, representing over 10,000 real estate professionals across Wake and Harnett counties. As an association, the Raleigh Regional Association of Realtors is committed to supporting initiatives that will keep safe and quality housing available to all. The financial health of our local citizens and the community at large depends on the ability to provide homeownership options. Missing middle housing can provide affordable options for people who want to live in desirable neighborhoods but cannot afford the high prices of single-family homes. As you would expect, attached homes such as condos and townhomes have become the cornerstone of middle housing in Raleigh. In Raleigh, there is growing need for missing middle housing due to the city's rapid population growth and limited housing options. We applaud the city's efforts to explore ways to encourage the development of missing middle housing, including changes to zoning regulations and incentives for developers. According to a report by the National Association of Home Builders, 34% of all new homes built in 2020 were attached homes, which include townhouses, duplexes, and apartments. The number of households living in multifamily buildings has been steadily increasing over the past few decades. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, in 2019, 27% of all households lived in multifamily buildings, up from 19% in 1980. Other cities have implemented policies to encourage the development of middle housing. For example, in the states of Minneapolis and Oregon, they have passed laws allowing for the construction of duplexes and triplexes in single-family home neighborhoods, while the state of California has passed a law allowing for the construction of small apartment buildings near transit hubs. While we still have work to do, we are heading in the right direction. I'd like to thank all of you for your leadership and your time this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, David Ulmer.
David Ulmer, 2105 Cedar Bluff Court, Raleigh, North Carolina. Thank you all for all you do. I really do appreciate it. Missing middle, the changes that you've made or the previous council made were the right thing to do. And I just kind of want to frame up the situation a little bit. Both the U.S. Constitution, state constitution, and our legal history is built around individual freedoms and rights, strong property rights, and those come together in a market solution. That is what it is. You don't have to like it or think it always works, but that is what it is. Combine that with the fact that this is basically a Dillon rule state. As a group, you guys have the authority the state of North Carolina has decided you should have. And that puts some limits on what can be done. Working perhaps against Raleigh some days, depending on your perspective. Corporate tax rate continues to come down. That's not going to change with this NCGA. The tax incentives that bring businesses here, that's not going to go away. You have a lot of big companies coming here with a lot of very talented people who do earn a lot of money. There's simply no way around this math problem at this point. You know, WRAL TechWire yesterday just put us as the 5th best job market in the country. You can't get around this problem without building a lot more housing. 2020, Raleigh had a little under 500,000 people. Most demographics and experts and everything I've read so far, we're looking at around 200,000 more people by 2040. That won't change the character of a neighborhood. That'll change the character of the entire city. It is unstoppable. The only thing you can do is build a lot of housing and let that be done just about everywhere. Every character in every neighborhood is going to change. The math just doesn't work otherwise. 200,000 people, with many of them earning 6 figures or higher, it's going to change. And so I think a more honest conversation about how we deal with that, and we can't have conversations that are just like, my neighborhood is changing. Because if you don't allow the change, you are looking at somebody who benefits. I'm older, I own my home outright. So when you make it harder to build housing, the person who benefits is my second largest asset gets more expensive. I can't believe this council, with what they've run on and they're trying to accomplish, I don't believe that I'm the person you're trying to help the most. I shouldn't be the one that financially benefits from a lack of housing, but I am. I'm not a developer, but my stepson rents here, my mother rents here. You need to build a lot of housing. I just don't know what else to say other than the character of the neighborhood or this used to be this way isn't a good argument when you're up against a math problem like that. And the legal and political situation is what it is. The NCGA is not going to stop trying to bring businesses to their economic engines. I'll finally close. This is an economic engine, and the NCGA is very aware of that. If you make it hard to live here, if it becomes unattractive for businesses, don't doubt that there'll be even more serious discussions at the state level about how to make sure Wake and Mecklenburg remain economically competitive. Thank you.
Jalen Ward. Is Jalen here? All right. Honorable Brian Lewis.
Good evening, Mayor and honorable council members. Brian Lewis, 409 Canal Drive. My post office is Raleigh, North Carolina, but my property is located in what is referred to as ETJ, extraterritorial jurisdiction property. My property has been in ETJ for 40 years, since the neighborhood was built. In my little pocket of unincorporated that is in the Raleigh ETJ, I have a farm down the street, 4 houses from mine, where they raise cattle at any given time, have 20 head of cattle, have about 50 sheep. I think he has got 2 llamas now. He had 1 before. And a couple chicken houses. Now me, I'm more of a permaculture farmer. I have 1.5 acres, have a few goats, greenhouse, aquaponics. I like to raise fish, use their effluent. You may have seen my name recently running for Soil and Water Conservation District. I'm a former Soil and Water Conservation Supervisor. I don't only preach environmentalism, I live it. These are the things that I do, and I enjoy doing. I have my own well. I have my own septic field that I have to maintain. If I need police services, Wake County shows up. If I need fire services, it comes through Wake County, and my tax bill is for Wake County. I've been on the ballot a few times, but I can't run for any of your seats. I'm not your constituent. So, why the city of Raleigh is sending me violation notices for something that I'm authorized to do according to the Wake UDO, and specifically state statute 160A 103, state what the authorities are that the municipalities have, and state that ETJ, that the rules that I fall under are the county rules. Now I have to go through the city to adhere to them. That is a condition of ETJ. Under county rules, I'm permitted to have my farm. That has not been brought up into question. There have been attempts from development pressures that you've heard discussed here, but I'm going to run my farm. I'm allowed to run my farm. I've read the rules. I followed the rules. And what I have now is the city of Raleigh's building and zoning department is telling me that I can't have a hay barn to keep my hay and my feed away from my goats and dry. I simply want those to stop. I've been advised to seek counsel, which I have. But before we go any further with that, I simply wanted to come before you, plead my case, and let you know I'm in a county pocket. It's ETJ for 40 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we get a report on this in the manager's report? Follow up. Thank you. Next is Harry Johnson. Is Harry here? I don't see him. Okay, I'm going to go back and just people I called who did not show up. Pedro Nahara. Is Pedro here? Okay, Zainab Baloch.
So I actually came to speak against the rezoning of Shaw University and the dismantling of an entire Muslim community. I was here last year where we talked about the importance of Ramadan, where Muslims are obligated to break their fast at sunset. And once again, we're back here again at an important decision that
impacts or dismantles the Muslim community at fast breaking time. But this time, people put in a lot of effort and months of planning to be able to come to this meeting and still break their fast and pray and do the religious obligations so that they could be heard in a decision that they were completely left out of. And what happened? 141 people were put into a bucket of 4. And actually, the Muslim community was appointed a representative that is a token and politically aligned with the mayor. So it's actually very disappointing that the person that's supposed to represent a community is one that has funded the mayor's campaign. I also had to look up whether the mayor had the authority to decide who spoke for the community, and I found this code, section 11030, and it says the mayor can decide the time, but they cannot decide who decides to speak. She should have taken that to council, and you guys should have came up with a plan on what to do when you have 140 people signed up for a public hearing, more than just 4. That's just, and actually there was a time just, 2 years ago that happened. It was after George Floyd. We had 200-300 people to speak. And what did the council do then? They made an extra meeting. They decided to hear the people and listen, right? But in this case, we were decided that no one was going to be heard. No Muslim voices didn't matter, and we were going to appoint someone who does not represent the Muslim community at all, is actually a token and very politically aligned with the mayor, and is not someone who anyone would really ask to speak for them. I don't know. That's there's like some rules broken there, right? Democracy rules or something, if we still can call city council that. I have 40 seconds left. I have a solution. You can vote no on the rezoning, or you can postpone it so you have more time for Muslim engagement. And then you can also create a Muslim affairs board, like the Hispanic Affairs Board, the LGBTQ Affords. So that would be a great next step, and make sure this doesn't happen again, because it happened last year and it happened again. So.
The next one who was not here is Jen Treefire. Is Jen here? Jennifer McKinney? Lucy Lynn? Okay, I think that was everyone. All right, next, I'm going to ask that we just take a brief break. So if people want to leave, they can leave. And then we can ask for some of the overflow crowd to be allowed in. So we'll take 5 minutes. We're going to start with the annual action plan for fiscal year 2022, 2023, 24. We have a number of people who have signed up in support and 3 who have signed up in opposition. Who is here from staff to, hi.
Hey.
Okay, take it away.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. I'm John Niffnegger with Housing and Neighborhoods, and I'll be providing a brief...
Speak in the mic, John.
we can't hear you, sorry. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. I'm John Niffnegger with Housing and Neighborhoods, and I'll be providing a brief presentation on the annual action plan for tonight's public hearing. As an entitlement community receiving federal funds, the city is required to submit an action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development each year. The action plan serves as the city's application to HUD for entitlement funding, provides a framework for annual strategic and production goals, and directly aligns with the city's 5-year consolidated plan. The consolidated plan identifies 3 goals and priorities which are reflected in the action plan. Increase the supply of affordable housing, increase services to build self-sufficiency and sustainability, and enhance the homeless to housing continuum. This year, there were numerous opportunities for public participation during the development of the plan, including 2 public hearings, the second of which is tonight, public meetings, and expanded outreach through a community-wide public survey which received 400 responses. In addition, residents could submit written comments to the department. For fiscal year 23-24, the city will receive $4.7 million from HUD through the CDBG, home, and ESG programs. Additionally, $24 million in local funds are budgeted to leverage these resources. We propose to use the funding to support these activities, which will develop affordable rental housing, support home ownership, assist those experiencing or at risk of homelessness, and provide public services for low and moderate income residents. We've heard some concerns related to funds budgeted for our homeowner rehab program. During the pandemic, there was little homeowner interest in the program due to health and safety concerns. We have relaunched the program and are beginning to see an uptick in interest. With price points rising and interest rate volatility, we have also seen a significant drop in home buyers interested in our down payment assistance program. As a result, we have increased the amount of assistance and the maximum purchase price and are beginning to see more interest in this program. Including previous year's funding for these programs has not been reduced. Each year, we issue requests for proposals for the CDBG-funded Community Enhancement Grant and Emergency Solutions Grant programs. These funding recommendations are included in the action plan. The Community Enhancement Grant awards funding to nonprofits providing public services for low and moderate income residents. These agencies were recommended for funding and will be providing such services as bridge housing for homeless families, helping former foster youth secure housing, and providing services to at-risk youth. And these are our funding recommendations for the Emergency Solutions Grant Program, which provides funding to nonprofits serving those experiencing or at risk of homelessness. This process was done in coordination with Wake County. Following tonight's public hearing, Council will be asked to adopt the plan in May, after which it will be submitted to HUD. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do you have any questions? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. Again, 8 minutes per side. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13 people who signed up to speak in favor. Again, it's 8 minutes, so please make your remarks brief. And I'm going to call the speakers as they come up. So Vance Hayward. Kathy Edwards. Lisa. See you chomping at the bit to get up here. Come on.
Trying to get the meeting moving along. Am I ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. Lisa Hewitt, believe it or not, I support the Affordable Action Housing Plan because it is moving the needle forward. I have also seen some good faith efforts from the Housing and Neighborhoods Department that are encouraging, such as, 1, the city has long recognized the market constraints that limits its ability to provide home repair. By partnering with Habitat and rebuilding together, many more households will avoid displacement. 2, swiftly providing gap financing to nonprofit partners to fulfill their commitment to building affordable housing. 3, fast-tracking affordable housing projects through the planning department and looking into or reducing or eliminating fees. 4, approval of a policy that if the city provided federal LIHTC dollars, a certain percentage of the units need to be below 30% AMI or below. 5, promoting the strategy of land leasing to protect affordable housing in perpetuity. 6, working with nonprofit partners to modify qualifications that are out of step with current realities, such as you heard recently, such as increasing the sales limit for the down payment assistance program. Earlier this year, you agreed to allocate over $22 million in ARPA funding for affordable housing. I don't see that reflected in this plan. As part of Habitat's advocacy program, we ask that you funnel that money into the city's existing housing programs that promote home ownership, down payment assistance, and as we continue reel from rampant development, purchasing land along the transit routes. Finally, I think the outreach was better this year, and I think the comments received were extremely on point, creative, and instructive. I encourage you to read them again and find ways to incorporate those practical ideas and different ways of thinking about this problem throughout the year. Thank you.
Thank you. 6 minutes left. We have Sarah Green, Seth Friedman, Meredith Yuckman.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Meredith Yuckman. I'm the Executive Director of the Hope Center at Pullen, and I am very grateful that the annual action plan is including funding to support youth who are transitioning out of the foster care system. We know that national data shows that 1 in 2 people experiencing homelessness report having a history in the child welfare system. We know that from the other side of that coin, that 43% of former foster youth report experiencing homelessness by age 21, often multiple times. The Hope Center at Pullen ensures that young people leaving foster care in our community are plugged into the resources and supports that they need to achieve a safe and stable adulthood. We are grateful that funding through the annual action plan will help us reach our expansion goal of serving 60% more clients this coming year. We're grateful that the City of Raleigh has chosen to support youth who are transitioning out of foster care, and we look forward to continuing to partner with you to find new and more pathways to stability for this population. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jennifer Paul, Elaine Peoples-Brown, and Faye Chaplin. Are any of them here?
Hello, my name is Jennifer Paul, and I'm the Interim Executive Director of Families Together, a Raleigh-based nonprofit with 43 years working in Wake County to end family homelessness. I'm here to express our strong support of the annual action plan. Our vision is of a community free of homelessness with families thriving together, yet this vital goal is getting further out of reach for local families with children. More and more, the face of homelessness is the face of a child in Raleigh and Wake County. The number of children experiencing homelessness has increased year over year for the last 10 years. We estimate more than 7,000 Wake County children will experience homelessness this year. Many are living in budget motels, but even more concerning is the number of children and families sleeping in cars, backyard sheds, storage units, and tents, which tripled in 1 year after the pandemic from 100 to 300 and is expected to continue to rise. Our mission is to assist families as they transition from homelessness to sustainable housing and stable homes. The action plan taps partner agencies like ours to enhance homeless services and maximize the production of affordable housing. We are very pleased our bridge housing proposal is recommended for funding. The action plan is a very important step, but we recognize the funding which is determined by the federal government and bond proceeds is limited in comparison to the magnitude of the need. More than 50,000 affordable units are needed to fill the housing gap in Raleigh and Wake County. We applaud City Council for passing zoning policies that allow for missing middle housing like townhomes, duplexes, and triplexes, which at one time were relatively common housing types in Raleigh. We ask that these policies continue to be applied equitably across the city. In response to the growing housing crisis, Families Together began purchasing property and requiring land in 2019. Missing middle zoning will allow our organization and our nonprofit partners to build more units, increase the supply of affordable housing, and have an even greater positive life-changing impact on Raleigh families. We urge you to take additional steps to further increase the diversity of housing options as well as the supply, all of which are needed to fully address housing affordability. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Others who have signed up include Vicki Hewitt, Barclay Sample, Yolanda Winstead, and Yvette Holmes. And there's 2 minutes and 43 seconds left. So who else is here from that group? If you could, Vicki Hewitt, Barclay Sample, Yolanda Winstead, Yvette Holmes, if you could come up, please. And let's make sure we share the remaining time.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Faye Cox Chaplin, and I am a lifelong resident of College Park community. I'm here to address the property tax issue. My taxes have gone up the last 2 years to almost $3,000. I am retired, and that is a lot for a retired person. I did apply for the the adjustment. However, I had taken money out of my 401k plan, which they included as income that disqualified me. Okay. Over the last 2 years, every member of the council has pledged to work with One Wake to address the issue in front of One Wake members in 2021 and 22. On November the 2nd of 2021, city staff was directed to follow the lead of Wake County staff in addressing this issue. Since then, One Wake has successfully worked with the county to develop a new program for the fiscal year 2023-24 called the Homeowners Care Fund, which will direct $5 million in new investment to address rising housing cost burdens. The new investment...
Ma'am, we have 1 minute left with 4 people left to speak.
Thank you.
Do we need to follow up with you regarding the situation you described, or are you working with the county now? And are they providing assistance? Is the county providing assistance?
Not yet. They're not yet, no.
Okay. Could we follow up? Okay.
Good evening. I'm going to be quick. Vicki Hewitt McNeil. I am here as a representative of One Wake, and what I will say is we celebrate what you all have done as far as housing. The only statement I'll make is the rehab programs do not work, and I'd ask that you all look at those and say to you that affordable housing is doing something to try and keep homeowners in their current housing. That is affordable housing. Please look at that and let us stay in our homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Yolanda Winstead. I'm President and CEO of DHIC. In the interest of time, I'll just quickly say that DHIC is a nonprofit that's been in the community since 1974. We've built just under 2,100 units of affordable rental housing here in the city of Raleigh using the sources outlined in the annual action plan. So I'm here just to express our support for that, because we're able to leverage those resources and able to provide additional affordable housing, and we look forward to continuing to being a partner with the city in bringing more units online. Thank you.
Yvette, do you just want to say ditto?
Ditto. But I will say Yvette Holmes, Southeast Raleigh Promise, I'm the CEO there, and we do support the action plan. We are the first nonprofit receiving and having received funding from the city of Raleigh and Wake County to develop small-scale affordable housing, otherwise known as missing middle. So we do support the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Barclay, I'm going to put another minute on there.
Actually, I'll take even less than a minute, but thank you.
Okay.
Obviously, we're here in support of the action plan. Quickly, I want to add that the funding that we get from the city of Raleigh is really an investment, because for every dollar that we receive in rental subsidy from the city of Raleigh, we match it with $2 of other funding sources. In FY22, that funding helped to keep 56 families either in their current housing or find new housing. And for more than 90% of the folks that complete our program, they remain housed more than 2 years later. So without this vital funding, that puts that program in jeopardy. Thank
Barclay,
you.
what program?
I'm sorry, the Support Circle program with Catholic Charities.
Thank you. All right. Speaking in opposition, we have Hua Huang, Octavia Rainey, and Cole McMullen.
Good evening. My name is Octavia Rainey, and I'm here to speak in opposition to the annual action plan. Let me go over 3 things. First of all, the annual action plan must have a citizen participation plan. I have read over 500 citizen participation plans. The cities lack a whole lot. Second, a part of the annual action plan is fair housing. I read that. I didn't see nothing on fair housing. Discrimination is a big problem in the city of Raleigh. Why in the annual action plan you didn't have that in there? Something is wrong with that picture. Third of all, I need to go back in history. There's a mistake in the annual action plan. In College Park with the NRSA, let us be clear. Larry Jarvis chopped that census tract in half. He brought it down to Heck Street, and he stacked and packed black folk. I have been asking for a race of all the homeowners who bought those houses in East College Park by developers. I haven't got it yet. I haven't seen the relocation map. You're supposed to have a relocation map. I haven't seen that. In his plan, he had one house to be relocated at $40,000. I want to know where that house is located. I do. I really want to know. Second, I am very concerned about y'all. If it's a concentration of black folk, and I'm gonna be for real, if it's a concentration of black folk, y'all move them out with relocation funds, and then you come back and play mixed income housing. Mixed income is not a protected class in the state of North Carolina. So I don't see why y'all keep getting that from. Mixed income, it's not race. You buy the houses by your income. So what is the income? When you build those projects like you building on Sawyer Road, I have never seen the 30% yet. Or if it is, it's crumbs off the table. It is crumbs off the table. What is 10 or 12 units? I hear these nonprofits up here talking about that. You have your own clients in there struggling over 10 or 12 units. That's ridiculous. I also want to know, where is the Davis Beacon report? That wasn't included, and that is very, 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 very important. Where is it at? I want to know, who are the chodos you're talking about? Now, I know DHIC is a chodo, but who are the rest of them, and are they black? you do a terrible job with the black businesses. I met with them today, and they told me they call y'all, y'all make promises, y'all don't even call them back. What is that? What, really? I don't understand that. And we have to look at the protected class. Are y'all really building houses for the protected class? The protected class is at 30% or below. That is the protected class. And that has not risen to the top yet. So y'all aren't protecting the protected class at all. So I don't know what everybody's talking about, but I am an expert on what I'm talking about. And y'all are not protecting the protected class.
Hua Huang, and then Cole McMullen.
Okay, so I'm here again, and this is almost like a testament between, well, it's just for this, the way you vote on this in May is gonna show whether you decide to side with a bunch of nonprofit NGO who just come here and say, I endorse your plan, or you can listen to the black elder here in Raleigh who actually has like the history in mind. So I am just here to talk about the engagement. Yes, the last time I spoke about the annual action plan, I talked about how I went to one of the meetings that the city organized, and there were only 2 people who showed up. It's me and one other person. And since then, I read the report. Funny enough, that comment I made was actually on there. And I looked at how the engagement has improved, if any, and this is something that I took from the report. It says between February 24th and March 7th, 2023, public survey was conducted in English and Spanish to collect input from Raleigh citizens and service providers. 400 surveys were submitted, including 8,000 question responses and 461 comments. And of the 233 surveys that included zip code in their response, all Raleigh zip codes were represented, including 25% from the Southeast Raleigh zip codes. And here's a simple math problem. 25% of 233 means that you only have 59 surveys from Southeast Raleigh. Down here at the bottom is how many people, according to the U.S. Postal Service, like how many people in each of these zip codes that you mentioned. 27610 has a population of 65,648. 27601 has a population of 9,450. 27603 it has a population of 47,033 people. So 59 over this number, this however many people is 0.05%. So in other words, you only reach out to 59 people from Southeast Raleigh out of, I think this is like 120,000 people, and that's 0.05%. You've only reached out to 0.05% of the people in Southeast Raleigh. This is what it looks like when the city has no pulse in the community. If you were to hire someone who actually has a pulse in the community, say Ms. Octavia or Ms. Erica, who's sitting over there at the back, folks from the Wake County Housing Justice Coalition who knows the neighborhood in Southeast Raleigh, in the black neighborhood, you probably get a better result. But just when people say, oh, the engagement has improved, I just want to put it into context with actual numbers. So this is what I'm here to bring up. And again, you can choose to vote with the endorsement from the nonprofit NGO who had no pulse in the community, or you can vote based on what's right, based on what's spoken by black elders. That's your go.
Cole?
I attended the virtual meeting put on by city staff regarding the annual action plan. I wanted to thank them for the informative session and their responses to some follow-up questions I had emailed them. I was actually kind of torn on whether to sign up in support or as opposed. There's a few things I like in the plan, like shelter and assistance for the unhoused, home repair and rehabilitation assistance, and the plans to partner with the developers to build affordable housing complexes while the city retains ownership of the public land. I feel like that part is very important. to aid continued affordability into the future. On the other hand, why I'm opposed, I don't like what the plan includes regarding first-time homebuyer assistance with down payments. I can certainly appreciate that homeownership is the pathway for many people to build wealth and elevate their families out of poverty. However, I think the city needs to prioritize meeting the housing needs of all residents before it can start looking at opportunities to build generational wealth for a handful of a few lucky individuals. I think the money would be better used for either more public housing initiatives or helping the startup financing of limited equity housing cooperatives that emphasize collective ownership and not individual ownership. Lastly, I'd like to express my disappointment that council moved forward on an RFP about 2 weeks ago at the city council meeting for 4314 Pool Road without first amending the scoring criteria to give more weights to projects that would maintain city ownership of the land. The stated reason why this was not done was because staff wanted Habitat for Humanity to be able to submit a competitive proposal. I personally would assert that if a proposal isn't able to allow the city to maintain ownership of the public land and provide more affordable housing to more people, then it's not a competitive bid, and the scoring criteria should be updated to reflect that. I also urge council not to approve any housing proposals that do not maintain city ownership of public land. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, no action is required at this time. This will be brought back to us for action on May 2nd. Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank everyone who came out to speak about this issue. There has been a lot of engagement about the plan going on, before this meeting as well. And so especially I want to just lift up some of the voices that we have heard consistently over the years, in particular from One Wake, which does represent over 50,000 households in the county. And so I know a number of folks stood up, and I believe they were representing the One Wake delegation. There has still been some discussions about utility relief and what that could look like. I'm interested in following up on that. Also wanted to mention that ARPA funds are not part of this plan, but yes, we have designated $20 million plus for property acquisition for ARPA. And then I was just curious if I can get an update from staff. Where would fair housing fit into this? Would we hear about that perhaps through the Fair Housing Board, like their work plan? I don't think this is part of this particular plan.
The plan does provide some funds for the Fair Housing Hearing Board's annual conference.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Could we just have a show of hands who's here from One Wake? I know I talked to some of you upstairs.
Some of them left.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thanks for sticking through and being here. Councilmember Melton?
Yeah, unrelated, but we received 3 voicemail public comments. They were emailed to the council members. I read them, but they are not included. They've not been uploaded to the agenda yet, and I think they need to be made part of the public agenda, so if we could work on that too, please. But they were received and acknowledged, so thank you for those who sent them.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones.
I wanted to highlight engagement and how we do it in everything we do. So I do want to uplift the points that Mr. Hua Huang brought up of how do we start measuring. And I'd like to, if staff can help me understand, do we have goalposts? Do we have goal marks of what we're trying to reach? How many people? Is that something that we're looking to do in the future as we get better and better with engagement?
I think we're constantly working on improving. This year we did do a public survey. We advertised it on all of our social media channels, and we put flyers out in community centers for the public meetings we held. And
right. I guess my question is, do you have goalposts like we plan to reach this many people, or do you have metrics that you are trying to get to, or are we just blanketly saying, hey, I hope it gets to enough people, which I'm not sure how we're going with it.
We haven't set specific targets.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you. Next, on to rezoning Z5922, which I think most of you are waiting for. Before we start, alumni here who are against this, have you Okay. And then, neighborhood? Is anybody from the neighborhood? Is that Jenny? Okay. And then preservation. Your name? Gary Roth? Okay, I talked to you upstairs. Okay, thank you. All right.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. It's great to be with you. This is rezoning Z59. I'm Bynum Walter from Planning and Development. This is rezoning.
I thought you were at AIA.
I was at the National Planning Conference
National Planning.
earlier today.
Okay.
Yeah, we left after the closing keynote, and now I'm here.
Okay.
With you. It's great. This is rezoning Z5922. It's a request to rezone 26.53 acres that belong to Shaw University. The current zoning is a mix of districts, including the partial application of the Prince Hall Historic Overlay District and the South Park Neighborhood Conservation District. And then the resulting zoning would be a mix of office mixed-use based district, downtown mixed-use based district, various heights, combination of heights and conditions that apply across the board. The Planning Commission recommends approval and RHDC recommends denial. I want to offer you a little bit more detail about what is being asked for here, because when it's just written down on the sentence, it doesn't make any sense. So what is being asked for here is DX12 with a shopfront frontage north of South Street and generally east of South Person. On the east side of Blunt Street, the request there in yellow is for DX30 with a shopfront frontage, and there's a small area between South and Lenore on the west side of Blunt that is also requested for DX30 with the shopfront frontage. On the portion of the campus between Blunt and Wilmington, shown in blue here, and also on the west side of Wilmington, they are asking for DX30 without a frontage. And then south of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, they are asking for DX20 with a shopfront frontage. And then a small portion of property at the southeast corner of Person and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard asked for office mixed use with a 3-story height limit. So just want to make sure we all understood what's being requested. This is an aerial view of the site with the area requested for rezoning highlighted with a yellow outline. So you can see just how this relates to downtown. So this is just east of the Performing Arts Center, generally south of Lenore Street. A couple of views of the site for reference. This is a view north on Wilmington from Dr. King Boulevard. This is a view northwest on Person Street, just north of Dr. King Boulevard. A view looking at Person and South Street at the intersection there. So this is looking along Person Street, looking northbound on Person Street. A view looking south on Blunt Street. This is, what is that, just south of, in the block north of Dr. King Boulevard. A view looking southeast on South Street, so SD Hall shown here on the left. And then this is the north side of South Street, so the Fraser House and the McGee's house. And then east on Wilmington Street, just south of South Street. West on Wilmington Street, just north of Dr. King Boulevard. So there are a handful of conditions here. I want to walk through these with you. There are a handful of uses that are prohibited. These are mostly the most intense or disruptive uses that would otherwise be allowed in the DX district. They have set up a structure for building height and step backs, and those are shown on this exhibit. So what you can see here is that the setback, there's a mid-block setback here, right? And then a series of steps that are 15 feet each here on the east side of Person. And this is Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Person Street over here. And then on the south side of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, and on the west side of Blunt, they have offered a similar series of that 15-foot step on the east and south side of the property there. That's a lot of lines. Let's make that go away. All right. So more conditions. So in addition to the prohibition on uses and the height and step backs that we just looked at, they have required retention or relocation of the Rogers, Bagley, Daniels, Begees house. That's on the north side of South Street. If it's relocated, an archaeological survey is required. The same is true for the Charles Fraser house, which is to the west of the Rogers, Bagley, Daniels, Begees house on the north side of South Street. They have required preservation of Esty, Tupper Memorial, Leonard, and Tyler halls. And just a quick run through of these. So those first two that could be moved with archaeological survey, number one is the Rogers, Bagley, Daniels, Begees house. And then the Charles Fraser house adjacent. Charles Fraser house is not a local landmark, and so would not require COA, a certificate of appropriateness for relocation. The properties listed in green, structures listed in green here are required to be preserved in place, and most of them are already local landmarks. More conditions. These are about the structures that are required to be preserved in place. Provides that if they are damaged or destroyed to a certain extent, they could be removed, and requires structures replacing those buildings to be constructed with materials similar to those found in other contributing structures of the East Raleigh South Park National Register District. There's a provision here about 20% of parking spaces contained in structured parking on subject properties to meet the UDO definition of shared parking. So recognizing that the campus functions as an organism across blocks and across parcels, that parking would be shared. A provision that if requested by transportation, the city's transportation department, they would provide a traffic study for a Tier 3 administrative site review within 100 feet of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard right-of-way. Also, similar for Tier 3 administrative site review within 100 feet of that same boulevard right-of-way and between Blunt and Person to include a median on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. And then a requirement for transit easement for 4 bus stops that would include the bus zone and shelter, and another 2 for bus zone. There also are some requirements for pedestrian connections between Wilmington and Blunt, between Person and Blunt, a requirement for 2 city bike share stations, and also vibration-sensitive equipment to be installed in Esty, Tupper Memorial, Leonard, or Tyler halls when new development occurs within 100 feet of those structures. I thought it might be helpful to look at these pedestrian connections that are required. You can see one is shown in the purple dot, one is shown in a bluish-green dash. The bike share stations, one required here and one here, and then the 6, I think I'm short a bus. No, it's down here. The 6 required bus easements. All right, so this request is inconsistent with recommended uses in moderate scale residential, which is this portion of the future land use map, that small piece that's requested for an office mixed use space district. And the heights requested are inconsistent with the central business designation around the edges here. So inconsistent with future land use map. and if this is approved, if you were to take action on this, it would amend the future land use map from institutional to central business district. I thought it might be helpful to think about the difference between that institutional designation and central business district. So the institutional designation on the future land use map, really the biggest piece of advice that comes with that is that it indicates that the campus district would be appropriate, that special district. The only place that's mapped right now in Raleigh is on Centennial Campus. There's no particular height guidance for that future land use map designation because the expectation is that it would come forward with that campus district and you'd get information, context about what's planned on the institution's property. The central business district, the most closely aligned base district there is the downtown mixed use district, but other districts could be appropriate with conditions, and the height guidance there ranges from 3 to 40 stories depending on relationship to core transit edge condition. So you think about, remember that edge condition is when you're within a certain distance of residential zoning, and then core transit, just given, yes, this is largely core transit. The shopfront frontage supports the goals of the urban form map where it's requested. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan overall, although it is inconsistent with the future land use map, consistent with the central business district portion of the future land use map, and with the urban form map overall. Number of consistent policies here. The inconsistent policies are really tied to the form and transition here. So they have offered some transition, but policy would suggest something more gradual than what has been offered. And then the second set of policies where they are inconsistent is really more tied to the preservation of historic resources and character generally of the area. So the Historic Development Commission recommends denial here, 9-2. They have been very explicit about what they would like to see if they, in order for them to be willing to support this. So that would be excluding the Charles Fraser House and Rogers Bagley Daniels McGee's house, both on the north side of South Street, from the request, as well as a contributing commercial structure in the Prince Hall district that's located at 600 Blunt Street. That's a one-story brick storefront. They would also like to see Leonard and Tyler Halls excluded from the request, as well as Esty Hall and Tupper Hall, with a buffer around those two structures. They would like to see 521 and 525 Person Street excluded from the request. Those are two contributing structures to the Prince Hall Historic Overlay District that are single-family, were built as single-family structures. I believe they both have commercial zoning now. And they have asked that the Prince Hall overlay be applied to Esty Hall, and then have, they finally would like to see the zoning conditions require preservation covenants on Esty, Tupper, Leonard, Tyler Halls, as well as the Rogers Bagley Daniels McGee's house. Planning Commission does recommend approval. I'm happy to answer questions for you before you open the public hearing and hear from folks signed up to speak with you.
Thank you, Bynum. Does anybody have questions for Bynum? Councilmember Harrison?
Yeah, would you go over the Prince Hall Overlay District, just a little bit of history for folks, especially that are new on council like myself, when that was established and what the purpose of it is, that kind of thing?
I think I'd like to defer to my colleague Colette Canane from Raleigh Preservation Planning.
Thank you.
Hello, as Bynum mentioned, I'm Colette Canane with Planning and Development. The Prince Hall District was designated in 2012. The boundaries were created as a result of a combination of things. The East Raleigh, South Park, National Register Historic District, and also, oh, you're fine. And also, there was a, I'm blanking on it, what are the words I'm thinking of? The zone?
The neighborhood conservation?
No. There was another boundary that the boundaries to the historic district were based on. It was before my time, unfortunately, and I cannot think of the name of that area.
Yeah, that's okay. I know I put you on the spot there. I was just curious if we had any more information available about that.
Is there anything else in particular you'd like to know about the district?
I guess just like the intent, you know, in terms of, you know, naming that as a historic district, what were, yeah.
Sure. So from my understanding, it was a long time public process. Originally, I believe the first request for the district was made in the early 2000s. There were many meetings over that decade until it was designated as a district in 2012.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, question for Bynum or someone from planning. We mentioned the central business district and the institutional district. I just want to make sure I heard this correctly. You said NC State is the only university using institutional? And they're doing that on Centennial campus?
It's the only place where the campus district is mapped. Remember, they rezoned 2 years ago. The Centennial campus. They previously had been, I think it was OX12 with conditions.
Right.
And they wanted considerably more entitlement and came forward with a master plan.
But what about
For their special campus district.
Peace and St. Aug?
They have not rezoned since the campus district came into being, and that is not, right, so that was a new district defined when we adopted the UDO in 2013, and that was not proactively mapped because it requires a fair amount of illustrative content to define it, and that's not something that the city could apply to private property or even state-owned property. And so to get the campus district, the university has to do the work themselves to document what it is they intend to do. So what most of the university property in the city, with the exception of Centennial, most of it is office mixed-use based district with some kind of height limit and some conditions.
Okay.
I was trying to pull up this map. This shows the original boundary from 2015, which I thought might be helpful to you. Yes, ma'am. And then the removal from 2022, that's a zoning case that's been completed. And then that's the request as part of the Shaw rezoning.
Councilmember Jones?
When that, this map that you're showing, as it has become less, as the boundaries have changed, what were the reasons that those other properties no longer want to be in the Prince Hall district?
So this request came forward, I believe the property owner was a daycare operator and made a specific request to the council to be removed. I don't think it's right for me to speak on behalf of the property owner beyond that.
Councilmember Black?
I had a question about condition number 6. So I saw, okay, so the Historic Preservation Commission, I think that's what it's called, specifically brought up these specific halls. And there's a condition in here, but I was a little confused by what it means. Can you kind of like give me some clarity around what it would mean or
Number
what it looks
6
like?
specifically?
Yeah.
Right. So what they're saying is if there's a terrible fire, if there's a tornado, you may remember there was a tornado in Raleigh in 2011 or 2012 that was really hard on East Raleigh. If there were some event like that, that cause damage to these structures to more than 50% of their total replacement costs, then the university could remove them.
But for right now, they're protected.
That's right. So SD, Tupper, Leonard, and Tyler. So go back. SD, Tupper, Leonard, and Tyler are required to be preserved, full stop. But then they're saying if something crazy happens, like a fire or a tornado, then they could remove them.
Okay, I guess I was just wondering, like, what, because...
Could we please, people are asking questions, members of the audience, please be respectful and let everybody hear what is being said. Don't be talking over people. We would appreciate that. Thank you.
So condition-wise, with number 6 versus what is being asked with the Historic Preservation Commission, what is the difference? Is it the houses that are missing out of the preservation condition in number 6?
I'd like to, let me confer with Colette for a minute.
I think the question is basically in reference to the Prince Hall Overlay District. Is that correct?
Kind of. I really don't know what the Prince Hall Overlay District,
Yeah, I think the map
it falls
has
exactly.
it. There was a map where y'all had the overlay. If they could bring that up, you'll see the lines.
Is that where it shifted?
Yeah, I have to show it to you. Bynum.
Yes, sir.
Can you bring the map up that has the entire campus with it had the overlay on it, the shades? Can you bring that up?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I can only go one at a time. I was going to say, so back to your question, Councilmember Black or Jones, I'm not sure which. What the RHDC is asking is that those properties be removed from the rezoning because they are concerned about the development pressure that would be put on the property by including it in the rezoning. Mr. Branch.
Go. There's one more because you had the different. Yep, that's the one. So where you see OX4 and OX3, that's on the other side of South Street. So those other 4 buildings are on the south side of South Street. So they are not even in the Prince Hall Overlay District. It's just from the South Street going north. And where you see the jagged lines, the X's, that's in the Prince Hall Overlay District.
Got it. I don't think I was asking that question exactly, but thank you for the clarity on that. I just wanted to understand, like, what was being asked of the Historic Commission versus what was protected or included as a condition within the zoning itself, and like where the differences were. Because I'm seeing the same buildings being asked for protections, and I'm seeing the protections and the conditions, sort of. So I guess I was just trying to get clarity around that. Thank you.
And then I just wanted to remind all of us that the words that show up on the slides for conditions are a summary, an effort to provide closer to normal language, layperson language that we can all understand. So the language in that condition number 6 is actually pretty specific. So it says, in the event that SD, Tupper, Leonard, or Tyler Hall is partially damaged or destroyed by exercise of eminent domain, fire, accident, explosion, flood, lightning, wind, or other calamity or natural cause, or any other unintentional cause to the extent of more than 50% of the replacement cost of the structure, the following standards shall be applied. They could be removed, and structures replacing them would be constructed with materials similar to those found as part of other contributing structures of the National Register District. And I will say this is actually a pretty common condition we have seen in other cases where there's a preservation offered, but also an acknowledgement that sometimes strange things happen.
Councilmember Harrison and then Councilmember Jones.
So with this map, just to clarify, all of the kind of checked diagonal lines, that's the Prince Hall Overlay District.
That is correct. Yes.
And can you tell me a little bit about the character, what is required that's distinct about the Prince Hall Overlay District? So that, what is required there versus, across the street?
I would say, and Colette can probably fill in more detail here, but Prince Hall is a mixed-use historic district, so I don't believe that the character essay speaks specifically to range of use. Probably speaks to height. There's nothing particularly tall in the district right now. It's generally 1 to probably 2 or 3 stories. I don't know if Colette wants to chime in and add any additional detail to that.
So Bynum is exactly correct. It is a mixed-use district. The tallest structure currently in the district is the Prince Hall Masonic Temple building. It's about 5 stories. In the Prince Hall district is a historic overlay district, so any exterior change to a structure in that district goes through the Certificate of Appropriateness, or COA for short, process. That is a quasi-judicial review process that property owners submit, and the COA committee of the RHDC reviews those requests. There are some that can be reviewed administratively by staff, but it's an additional process that a property owner would go through before they would go through the building permitting process.
And would you show me the map one more time? It was the white map that shows the Prince Hall Overlay District and how it's changed.
I think it's the very last slide, so hold on. Yeah, this is the proposed reduction in boundaries. So this is.
So it does remain somewhat intact with this proposal, as in it's not like carving out donut holes and things like that.
That's a fair assessment. The removals in this request are mainly confined to the edges. That's correct.
Okay, just want to check. Thank you.
Councilmember Jones?
Just another question on condition 6. So I know that it covers natural disasters. What if construction damages the buildings beyond 50%? What happens then?
I think I'm going to defer to the city attorney on that one, if she doesn't mind.
Can I see the condition real quick?
Sure.
Oh, you're going to hand it to me. Okay. Which one is it? And the question, does it just...
What if it's damaged by nearby construction?
Like a wrecking ball hit it by mistake or something? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm sorry? I'm talking about it's condition 6, and it talks about if 50%,
Right,
over
right,
50%
right,
is
right.
destroyed by natural disaster. I'm wondering, I know we have a condition in the bottom for vibrations, but if the construction of what we're going to build here damages these properties beyond 50%, is the university required to restore it?
If it is any other unintentional cause, so whatever that would fall within, and I think that would have to be decided on a case-by-case basis, what any other unintentional cause would be. So it would have to be something, I suppose, if there was some sort of, and don't hold me to this, some kind of vibration that was just a result of the construction and it unintentionally caused some damage, I think it would fall within it. But you'd have to look on a case-by-case basis. Most of them are things that are, well, eminent domain means, of course, that some entity would take that property for some other purpose. The others are fire, accident, or kind of natural disaster types of things. But there is this catch-all that says any other unintentional cause to the extent of more than 50%. And maybe the applicant can address this a little more specifically than me, but it seems to me that anything that's unintentional that had that result, and I can't tell you specifically what that is until it happens, and I think the zoning administrator would make that call.
Thank you.
Councilmember Black, did you have your hand raised?
Yeah, I did. Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. Okay, back to the preservation of the specific homes. What is keeping the preservation of? I know we have like some historic just houses in the downtown area. What's keeping that from being a case with just like these specific buildings and places? Like just making, instead of doing an overlay, like this is a historic spot.
Oh, so we do have some local landmarks. A number of these properties already are local landmarks, all but 2 of them. And so whether or not the overlay were removed, they would still be subject to the certificate of appropriateness process as well as a demolition delay.
What's the difference between the overlay and the landmark preservation?
The local landmark recognizes a site that's significant on its own, whereas the district recognizes structures and properties that are of significance together as a collection, as a neighborhood. So, for example, let's go with SD Hall. It's really important because of what it is, right? It's an important instructional facility on the campus of a significant, iconic, old, historically black university, right? So all on its own, just because of what it represents, it's very important. Whereas structures in Prince Hall are mostly significant because of the neighborhood, the African American community and culture that they represent collectively.
Gotcha. So it seems like they're alike in some ways.
Yes and no.
Yes and no.
We can't hear what you're saying, Mary.
It seems like they're alike in some ways, yes and no.
I said yes and no.
We agreed to yes and no, yes.
Do we have any other questions of staff? Okay, then I'm going to open the public hearing. We will start with the applicant. Remember, there's 8 minutes per side. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and the members of the City Council as well as staff. Thank you for the opportunity to address Shaw's rezoning application. First of all, I am the president of Shaw University. I am Dr. Paulette Dillard. Shaw University is a historically black college and university located in Raleigh, North Carolina. It has the significance of being the oldest historically black college and university in the southern United States. It boasts a number of firsts for which we have a very proud legacy. Shaw, like historically black colleges and universities across the nation, were founded to provide a pathway to higher education for folks who were already excluded from foundations for life in general. Historically black colleges like Shaw University provide a public good. They educate a number of first-generation students, students that are over 70% Pell eligible is the makeup of the population, and statistics demonstrate that these students experience social upward mobility as a result of an education. So Shaw exists for its students. It exists for an educational purpose. You have read that during the pandemic, the last 2 years, our institutions received a great deal of funding, much needed funding from the federal government as part of the CARES Act, including the HER funds, which were the Higher Education Emergency Relief Funds. But those took care of an immediate need created by the pandemic. But these institutions have historically been underfunded. So the problem and the challenges of our schools still go on. And so Shaw developed a strategic plan to address its long-term sustainability. In 2015, this plan was developed, and in 2020, we reinforced that these are the 6 priorities that are necessary for Shaw University to remain viable and not only survive, but to thrive and to continue to be an important part of the Raleigh landscape. So this strategic plan and this rezoning effort are all necessary for the institution's future. In developing the strategic plan, we identified the greatest needs for the campus. And residence halls, #1 on the list. But there are a number of infrastructure upgrades that are absolutely necessary for Shaw University to continue to be able to recruit, retain, educate, and graduate students career ready. And this plan, this rezoning plan, is the first step in that initiative to leverage our one great asset, and that is the real estate that Shaw has. And so to begin to address that long-term sustainability, we are requesting consideration of this rezoning application and hope that the council will view it favorably. Thank you. At this time, I invite Dawn to come.
Thank you, Dr. Dillard. The goal of this rezoning is to allow Shaw to transform its campus through redevelopment. This is a tested model that's been used at other institutions of higher education, and even more specifically, other HBCUs and other private HBCUs. It's allowing the university to leverage their underutilized real estate, again, one of their greatest assets, to reinvest into the mission-critical needs that Dr. Dillard just discussed. I wanted to briefly provide 2 examples of other universities, and more specifically HBCUs, doing the same thing. At North Carolina A&T, they are currently working on developing a $60 million project called the Resurgent. It's adjacent to campus. The goal here is to both promote economic development in East Greensboro and to create a live, learn, work, play atmosphere in order to provide greater amenities for their students. At Howard University, the school is currently developing the Duke District, which is composed of approximately 8 projects, actually more than 8 mixed-use projects. It's through this development, the university has been able to generate more than $200 million that they could reinvest into mission-critical needs, including the National Research Center for Health Disparities, a new hospital, new dorms, and other amenities for the students. And finally, I want to talk about the groundwork. I just want to make sure that you understand that this is not something that we've entered into without a lot of thought and planning. Starting back in 2019, the Urban Land Institute, which is the preeminent organization for real estate and land use practitioners in the country, commissioned a study and worked with the university, which came out with specific recommendations. Among those recommendations were to leverage their real estate in order to ensure the university's long-term sustainment. The university then commissioned a zoning analysis, and that, as part of that zoning analysis, they were recommended to complete this rezoning, which allows the university to set the parameters for what a future development plan might look like and help them develop a comprehensive commercial real estate strategy. Thank you.
Mac Paul, 421 Fayetteville Street here on behalf of Shaw University. Y'all asked a lot of questions about the zoning, so I'm going to cede my time. We have 2 other speakers, and happy to answer questions about the Prince Hall District, the preservation conditions, as well as other issues that have come up related to traffic and height.
Good afternoon. Good evening, Council. I'm Joseph Lee, 808 East Eastern Street. I'm a 1979 graduate of Shaw University. Came in Shaw in the fall of 1975. I'm one of those products. I'm one of those guys those students that Shaw University educated. I'm one of those guys that came to Shaw University with a hope, dreams, aspirations. I came to Shaw University with $28 in my pocket and a foot locker full of dreams, aspirations, and a future ahead of me. Shaw University is just like a antidote. Shaw University gave me what I needed to go beyond where I was and to create a career and a life for myself and my family, my community in this city of Raleigh. I've been here for more than 40 years. I like to say this: Shaw University is just like an antidote. For instance, the $28 was a starter prescription, and Shaw University filled that prescription. From $28 to developing a student, a person who needed, Shaw University was there for me. I wouldn't do anything in my life to harm the future Shaw University, but I'm speaking today in favor of us moving forward in rezoning our properties at Shaw University for the simple reason that we at a crossroad right now in time. There's a saying was that you might never note what we say or make record or remember what we say here, but it's very important what we do here. And this is going to stamp the annals of time what we do here. And I'm a person who says Shaw University have...
Okay, your time is done. Thank you. And we'll look at answer, like a question period. We might extend the time based on how things go with the next round. But for now, do we have any questions of the applicant? I'm sorry, what? Can you speak into your mic?
I said I want to hear from the other side first.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We are going to put up 8 minutes on the clock again. Ford Chambliss told me he is conceding his time to Nigel Edwards. Nigel, we'll start with you.
Good evening, and thank you very much for this opportunity. We heard a lot about history, and I want to add to that. 40 years ago, something magical happened at this campus. A Baptist-affiliated university, a growing Muslim community, and a Muslim professor in the center of it to get the money to create the International and Islamic Studies building. Everybody won. University enrollment went up for Muslim students. The university got tuition money. The mosque was created. And as a result, you had programs feeding the homeless, patrolling drug activity, educating students who have grown up and become contributing members of this city and beyond. Now, 20 years after it was established, we still saw the value in that, but the university didn't, so we were in threat of being kicked out. This is in the early 2000s. The reason why? Offices. But we protested and we stayed, but then 20 years later, we agreed during COVID not to resume religious services and do our part. So that's exactly what we did. A year later, 2021, still not safe. 2022, still not safe, but for whatever reason, the university chapel was open to the public. One pandemic, one campus, two different rules for two different houses of worship. We protested. We hear about the university's redevelopment, and I hear so many wonderful things from the people for this rezoning application. We just wanted to be a part of it. And we made that clear to the Office of Real Estate and Strategic Development. Let us be a part of it. Email sent, no response. Public protests, no response. And then finally, the nail in the coffin was last month when the university made official, after the city's planning commission recommended the vote for approval for this application, the mosque is no longer open to the public. I am hurt, I am angry, and that is inside of my heart, but I know in my head not to let what's in here affect what I know what is best. And that is helping this university by allowing us to be a part of the process. That hasn't happened, but recently it has, in terms of the university 2 days letting us know that they want to reach out to us. We want to continue that conversation. Let's continue it, and then come back to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. If everybody could please take a seat so we can continue the hearing, please. Thank you. Let's see. Representing alumni, Eugene Myrick.
I'm hoping we could get some extended time like the other group, but I have some slides if we can Those are our petitions, 2,000 signatures.
Could we stop the, okay, clock, and let's,
And those are my handouts to them.
does everybody get one? Okay, thank you. All right, begin.
Okay, so it's obvious that the Downtown South project and Shaw go hand in hand. They have the same attorney. Urban Land Institute did the study at the same time. And I don't know why anybody's taking advice from Urban Land Institute. Their recommendation is Shaw, and you can pull up the News and Observer, Land Rich Cash Poor story. It said liquidate 75 acres worth of land and property to get $5 to $10 million to pay down on your $22 million debt. No land, no money, no property, and still in debt. And we will be at the mercy of Downtown South. That isn't downtown. It's just an attempt to monopolize. Next slide, please. Who's paying all of these people? That's probably more people than faculty at Shaw University right now. I'm wondering if the same people in Downtown South is paying all these people. Dr. Dillard said the other day, we're not being absorbed, but you saw what they want to change from an institution to the Central Raleigh Business District. That's not what Shaw University is. Our charter states that our land is to be used for educational purposes. That's in the charter. You have Kevin Sullivan up there. He said, we believe all of Shaw's historic buildings should be relocated. That's exactly what he said. And then he started talking about the city of Raleigh needs a parking lot, and that the parking lot can go right next to Leonard Medical School. It's all on tape in case you try to deny it. So in case you were wondering, Councilmember Black, if you want the buildings moved, they will be damaged so they can be moved. Next slide, please. This is part of the problem that folks say policy, but this is part of the problem that we've had for 30 years. That's a Shaw University trustee who's having property seized from his home. He's still on the board. Would he be on any of your university boards? Next slide, please. This is a recent complaint. And in addition to that, just in February, you can look it up. I'll send you all the document. Matter of fact, it might be in those papers right there. He had a default judgment, $500,000. So again, this is the problem with Shaw. The school isn't broke, its trustees are broke. And they have used Shaw as piggy bank for years. Next slide, please. This is where Willie Gary is saying, pay Joe Bell $10,000. One trustee saying to the VP of Fiscal Affairs, give another trustee $10,000. Next slide, please. This is Dr. Dillard saying, when we sell WSHA, we're going to be all digital, state-of-the-art, all new studios. She hasn't done any of that. As a matter of fact, one of the documents I gave you is a lawsuit from Dr. Emeka, who filed suit against Shaw University. He was fired because
Please try to leave some time for other speakers.
Well, this is our time. So there's a lawsuit. There's a lawsuit from Dr. Emeka against Shaw University because he would not sign an audit from Shaw University's auditors, BDO. It's in there. He said the budget is $250,000. The auditor is saying the budget was $800,000 with paid interns that the university never had. Next slide, please. Shaw University is not broke. This is where they went in with Durham County Stadium to pay $2.5 million. Meanwhile, we have 35 acres, one turn, down MLK, down Rock Quarry, 35 acres of land. Next slide, please. That's again, Shaw had his first game in Durham, and again, this is because Chairman Joe Bell created Bear Sports Marketing, where he was getting paid from the parking. Next slide, please. That's our land on Rock Quarry Road right now. So Shaw could spend money to put people in T-shirts, but that's what they think about our property, and that's where our historic buildings will end up. Next slide, please. That is a Bible on the ground. And yes, that is feces in the building because it's squatters, prostitutes, and all that good stuff on Rock Quarry Road. Next slide, please. This is my good friend and fraternity brother, Dr. Linwood Brown. He's came over here twice to meet with Chairman Joe Bell and offered to bring $150 million in medical research. Shaw is saying you can't get money off of tuition alone. You can't get money off of no tuition. There's currently an empty dorm costing $5 million a semester. This man has offered to bring $150 million in medical research. He works with 3 different governments, and he wanted to implement a physician assistant program. Next slide, please. That's Keisha. I just gave y'all her resume. Next slide. But these are the people that she has worked with, has contacts with, and you would think that any other university would hold her in high regards, but not Shaw, because the gatekeepers don't want alumni like her or Dr. Brown in there to actually bring resources to the school. So it's not about Shaw being broke, it's about trustees being broke and putting in presidents in place that allow them to continue to rob the piggy bank. Is there another slide? Yep, that's my neighbor, Bishop Dunn. Right across the street from me. When I moved in, he was teaching me how to grade my land because if you need a little policy, we do get flooded in Southeast Raleigh. And that's him on his roof trying to trim the branches because he said, God forbid, if it floods and the tree fall, he wanted to fall away from his house. So next slide, is there another one? That's the leak coming in his house from the flooding that we get in Southeast Raleigh. Is there another slide? Oh, yeah, that's the Pope House that was damaged because of construction. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are now out of time, which means Gary Roth and Jenny Harper, their time was taken. What I'm going to do is add to, excuse me, please. I'm going to add more time to both sides because that's what we have to do legally. I'm going to add 4 minutes per side. Gary, would you come up and take 2 minutes? Jenny, 2 minutes? And then we will add 4 minutes as well to the applicant.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. It's a pleasure to speak to you tonight. Wow, that's a tough speaker to follow, but I will do my best. Our concerns relate to conditions 3 and 4 as proposed by the applicant, and they concern the Pegues House and the Fraser House. This has been somewhat underplayed, but I think it's important for people to know that the Pegues House was the home of Dr. Albert Pegues and his family for more than half of its history as a residential property. That's 77 years. So no one lived there longer than Dr. Pegues. Dr. Pegues was a slave who grew to become a teacher and the dean of theology at Shaw. He was respected across the entire state. He was one of the leading African Americans of the first part of the 20th century, leaders of the first part of the 20th century. Mr. Fraser was a banker. He built his home, that's the next door, house next door. He built his home, he designed and built his home, and he and his family lived there for 76 years. He was a banker, he was at Mechanics and Farmers Bank, and also at the Capitol Building and Loan Association. So both of these properties as a foundation are significant to the African American history of Raleigh. Architecturally and historically, they are both testaments also to the vibrant African American community that grew around Shaw in the early 20th century. Just a little more recent history. Shaw purchased these 2 houses in 1996. 2 years later, they went to the Wake County Historic Preservation Commission and asked to demolish them. We reached out to the university at that time and said, no, let's work together. Capitol Area Preservation and Shaw, let's work together to come up with a solution. One of their concerns was it must cost the university nothing. And that's what we did. And in 2002, the homes were beautifully restored, and in 2003, we gave them our Anthemian Award. We believe that the condition has to be modified to include preservation easements on both properties.
Gary?
It's good to talk about preservation, but
Gary,
this
your
guarantees preservation.
Your time is up.
Oh, thank you.
And we can ask questions, so please don't go anywhere. Jenny?
I just wanted to correct something that was said earlier when staff came up. There was a very large reduction, almost 2 acres, that happened. There was I'm sorry, I don't know. There was a reduction in the boundaries back in 2015. That was the first boundary reduction, and that has set the precedent for the reduction last year. You're going to see a case for 423 South Blunt Street come before you, and I understand there are some other properties, particularly along Blunt Street. I do want to say that all the repetition of how no one wanted this district, you are hearing it literally from the exact same person over and over, who is the same attorney who has represented every single one of those rezonings. So I'll just start there. Other than downtown South, I am hard-pressed to think of a more irresponsible and less transparent rezoning request and more consequential to come before City Council in the 22 years that I have lived in Raleigh. I think that considering the outcry that is here before you tonight, there is no doubt that to move forward with this plan as it stands would be an abdication of your responsibility to the citizens of the city. No matter which geographic boundary you represent, council is being asked to approve a plan when literally no plan exists. To consider the fact that this is directly adjacent to a significant concentration of the city's last naturally occurring affordable housing, filled with historic communities of property owners and tenants, longtime residents and newcomers, still largely Black, who will be forcibly removed if for nothing else than the devastating impact of the resulting speculative development and the levying of relentless extortionate property tax increases simply due to being directly adjacent to multiple 12 to 30-story developments of Class A space is truly unconscionable. Helping to facilitate Shaw's success should be a goal for all of us to share, but doing so should not come at the expense of climbing over and subsequently sacrificing thousands of its neighbors. While the story of Oakwood was saved from having a belt-like construction through the heart is regularly... Thank you.
So add 4 minutes. Thank you. I noticed you didn't get to speak before because somebody took your time, so come up.
Good evening, and I will be brief and direct. This really ultimately is about the students of Shaw. Let me give you our mission. Shaw University exists to advance knowledge, facilitate student learning and achievement, to enhance the spiritual and ethical values of its students, and to transform a diverse community of learners into future global leaders. I am also a product of Shaw, but I'm also a member of the faculty and staff that works directly with our students. The only way we can facilitate future global leaders is that we have facilities to facilitate. That's what this is about, to ensure that our institution moves forward into the future and continues to do what we have done in sacred trust to create and sustain global leaders. Thank you.
Could we have your name, please? Could we have, everybody, please, let's be respectful of one another. Could we have the gentleman who last spoke, his name? Okay, thank you.
Get that? I'm just going to touch on a couple of points, the questions that were raised, primarily about the institutional use, and what this is really, at its fundamental sense, a rezoning to change from office mixed use to downtown mixed use, as every other property is in the downtown core. William Peace University was mapped Central Business District. For whatever reason, Shaw was mapped institutional. So that has created the one inconsistency with the future land use map and why that would have to be changed to Central Business District as every other property is downtown. The request of the height to 30 stories, note that the city-owned property across the street is zoned 40 stories. It's compatible with the comprehensive plan. with respect to the height. The Prince Hall District, now you're going to hear different opinions. I know there's a lot of well-intentioned effort that went into creating that district. At the time, Shaw wrote letters to the city, you have copies of them, opposing being included in the Prince Hall District, as did other property owners. The Central CAC overwhelmingly voted against the establishment of the Prince Hall District. Of course, there are other opinions at the time, as well as the representative of this area of the city was against the Prince Hall District. So there were different views, and you'll hear more of those as things are discussed. But I wanted to make sure you understood Shaw was against it from the outset. The General Baptists were taken out with the first request to be removed, and then a black-owned daycare more recently. And then lastly, you saw pictures of two houses. So Shaw's conditions are the gold standard for preserving historic structures. Been used in other cases. It's the most protective zoning condition you can have. They're the two historic homes that are outside the core campus, one of which you've heard about from RHDC, the Rogers, Bagley, Daniels, Pegues house, does have a very conflicted history. Shaw acquired it more recently. It was not part of the original core Shaw campus. It was built by a Confederate officer, then owned by another Confederate officer, and Josephus Daniels lived there for 29 years. During the time, he fomented the uprising in Wilmington, leading to the death of scores of black leaders in Wilmington. So there is a conflicted history there, and Shaw is only asking to have the option to be able to move that house. They are committing to preserve the house. So it's important to understand that history, and that was certainly noted at Planning Commission in their approval. So those are some of the questions y'all had. Certainly happy to answer any others you might, and we really appreciate your attention. Thanks.
Thank you. City Attorney, was there some question about somebody stating their name for the record, or?
Oh, I think that he started talking without saying his name, and we fixed it.
Yes,
right
and
there.
it was Lamont Johnson.
Yeah.
I asked him what his name
Oh,
was.
right,
Okay.
that was it.
All right, thank you. All right, well, now I'm going to open it up for questions. If you would just raise your hands, we'll be recognized, and you can ask questions of whomever you'd like. Mayor Pro Tem?
First of all, I just want to thank everyone that came out tonight. A couple of things I heard tonight from the Muslim community is that you need more time to have a conversation. You spoke, I guess, in the last 2 days, and so help me understand, your statements there.
So we've been at this for months, trying to get some kind of response from the university. I'm happy to report that 2 days ago, they wanted to meet yesterday. I know this is your job, so you're able to use your job to meet with people in the community, and I appreciate that. I'm working on this cause, and I have another job, so I just can't drop what I'm doing for the purpose of meeting when it's convenient for the people wanting this rezoning to go through. That being said, we told them Wednesday, schedule cleared, let's do it. Tomorrow, let's have a meeting. And I'm still willing to do that. As a show of good faith, we were planning on filing a lawsuit today. But I do appreciate their willingness to finally reach out. That's all we wanted. Reach out to us. I don't want this to go on. I never want to do this. So I applaud their ability to want to reach out to us finally. But until that happens, until we actually speak, the engagement with the community has to happen. Once that does, let's look at the issue again. Okay. We were never against redevelopment. We just wanted the engagement. That's all we wanted.
Okay.
Okay, and you are meeting now. Well, you met the other day, and you're meeting
No, I did
again.
not meet.
Yes.
I couldn't.
Make
There are members
Pat
of our
did.
community that did because they have good relations with the city council and the previous employees of the university.
Right.
They had that connect, and they were available. They were the bridge in between, and I appreciate that. But they have not met with actual board members of the mosque, which I'm one of them. I want it to happen, but it hasn't happened.
Okay. Well, this will give you time to continue to negotiate a time to meet and have conversations.
So next question is actually for the alumni that's in opposition to the case. You gave us a lot of information on trustees and things of that nature, and I want to drill down a little deeper and more direct and ask about the actual case. What are some items of the actual case? I heard the issues as far as the 4 properties, making sure theirs protected. Are there any other issues with the case
There is.
that y'all want to bring up?
Yes, because the main campus, at least probably maybe anywhere from 8 to 10 of these acres, is already zoned to go up 12 stories. And they keep saying that we need to be able to get more students. But Shaw's on-campus enrollment on campus is probably the lowest in 50 years. There's less than 400 students on campus. When I was there, we had 3,000. As late as 2007, I believe, we had over 3,000. Like, they're literally, I believe off of Garner Road, I think it's Brown Birch. When I was in school, we rented out the whole facility. Like, we was renting out hotels, we was renting out everything because we had so many students. But again, if you had the right management, wouldn't it have been wiser to build a new dorm or buy Brown Birch? Like, Shaw University has been dismantled to this point. The mosque is closed, the radio station is sold, a dorm is empty, the other dorm is half empty, to say now that we need the developers to come and save us. Shaw University is solvent, probably for the first time in God knows how long. So to be out here acting like beggars after the first situation didn't work with that Urban Land Institute nonsense, now we're being told, oh, this is the only way for us to survive. You know, with all due respect, and I didn't really get into it, but last semester, my wife and I took on 2 interns. A student walked up to her and said, listen, I need an internship. And then before she said, okay, he brought his friend. So to think about this, we have mass comm majors at Shaw who've never been in a working radio station or a working TV station. So during that internship, mind you now, this is 160 hours that goes into these internships. But you have somebody right here who's very humble. She gets mad when I say this. But during that internship, she had a job that paid her $19,000 for less than 30 minutes of work. And what we did was we took those students with her to the studio. They were in a working studio for the first time. But after the internship, the young lady said, can y'all help me make a flyer? And we said, no, we'll do better. Went in our pocket, came up with $3,000, actually raised some money from friends, life-size posters, T-shirts, cookies, banners. That young lady is now Miss Shaw University. The young man is now Mr. Senior. Now, do that sound like disgruntled alum or people that don't care about their school? We want to see Shaw University survive. But again, we want to see Shaw University survive to the point where we don't want to be commercialized. We don't need to be commercialized in order to thrive. You don't have to be commercialized. Again, we already zoned for 12 stories. We don't need it.
All right, I see one block, and just make sure I'm looking this correctly. Where the 2 big dorms, that's 12, but on the side where your gym and chapel, that's 5.
Again, I came here with limited time. And again, if we put this on hold, notice that the National Alumni Association has not been in support of this. They still on the fence about it. The National Alumni Association didn't go either way. Again, because we have not been engaged by this. We have been blocked out. It's not just me and Keisha here. We have thousands of alumni that's willing to help this school. But the current gatekeepers is avoiding the current alumni from willing to give. Nobody wants to give to a black hole. I mentioned all of those people that Keisha's been working with, but can you imagine somebody just saying, okay, well, you just give us $10 million. I'm not giving you $10 million if I don't know what you're doing with it, especially when I know for a fact somebody's stealing. That's what it boils down to.
Councilmember Melton.
two things to the gentleman who spoke for the community. I'm encouraged to hear, it's really more of a statement, but you're welcome to go. I'm encouraged to hear that there have been some conversations that have happened recently, because what I'm hearing is a lot of hurt and mistrust. And so I think that those conversations need to happen to help heal some of that void. And so I would be in support of holding this until we can give y'all some more time. And then the other question I have, I don't think that we got an answer about the intent of that provision number 6 about the that wouldn't be for you, I'm sorry. It's the no, the condition about the sure, whoever wants to answer it. There was a question about the or other unintended something, and we were waiting to hear, I think, from the applicant about what that meant. I don't recall hearing that. So whoever can answer that.
So that's a question for the applicant.
Yes, I believe so.
Matt?
As I mentioned, that language is taken from other cases as sort of the standard for protecting a building and having, events that may be completely outside of the owner. So that is simply patterned after that language. It would obviously be something that I never, until somebody raised the question about construction, obviously that was discussed at Planning Commission, where the applicant was asked to add the, vibration equipment to monitor during construction with any vicinity. So again, it's something that is outside the control, and the list, I think, gives you the idea of the things that are contemplated: fire, tornado, some other calamity. So if there's
Please.
Yeah, and that's completely outside the control. It's a governmental exercise of authority that, the owner has no control over.
Hey, Councilmember Black, and then Harrison.
More to Council Member Melton's point, I would also be in favor of holding it. I think the case really needs more space to have the values brokered between all the different groups that we heard speak today, between the Muslim community, which I think has very valid concerns. I got the 90-page document you guys sent about the mosque. I think that deserves historic considerations along with everything that's happening, along with the as well as the historic buildings that are on the site. I just feel like there's a real opportunity to value deeper or broker deeper values that can align with me, with a lot more of us feeling more comfortable with passing something like this, as well as and I can't regulate this, but I would really love to see some deeper engagement around with the students. I don't know if it can happen before, after, during. Coming out of I'm an ITU, I'm an HBCU graduate, so I really understand and I see myself in the alumni that are showed up here and there in opposition, and it has to do with really the fact of feeling left out of a process for a university that you care about, you love, and you want to see flourish in a number of ways. And I think the contention happens when people are left out of the discussion. So I can't say you guys need to do that, but I would love to see that be a part of a process that you have time to engage on with holding the case. So those are my statements.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, just a couple comments and a question. I was just looking at the mission of Shaw, and I want to uplift that. Shaw University exists to advance knowledge, facilitate student learning and achievement, to enhance the spiritual and ethical values of its students, and to transform a diverse community of learners into future global leaders. I too share that mission. I'm also in the world of academia and education. And so, I think the goals here, the long-term goals are good. And I want to see that we get there together to an outcome that really does meet the needs of the community broadly. I would like to ask if there has been consideration of a campus master plan district. I am understanding that NC State went through this process, and I just want to talk about that a little bit. This is a type of zoning district specifically envisioned for large-scale campus planning. And so the way it worked, at least for NC State, is it created a framework for future development of both university buildings and public-private partnership projects while maintaining open spaces and recreation for the university community, local residents, and other visitors. And so it doesn't actually call out, specific building locations, footprints, or programmatic uses. It's neither, a specific plan for development, but it is a framework for the university to make future decisions about the development of its campus within broadly defined zoning parameters. And I feel like that is the type of movement in this case that could bring, I would hope, more confidence around this proposal.
Yep. We approved the NC State rezoning, and now they're working on their master planning. We just got an update on where they are. So that is a process that is normal and moving forward. Councilmember Fort?
Yes, it sounds like there's some consensus to hold the case, and I certainly would support that. But one thing I would say, and this may not be the most popular opinion to put out here, but our role is to deal with the rezoning. It's not to deal with administrative or management issues. And so I would encourage folks, as you're having conversations going forward, to have constructive conversations about what you want to see with the plan, but not necessarily bringing things to us to the table that we really can't have any bearing on. So if it's issues about, concerns about, management of the university and things along those lines, that's not what we do here. So I want to be very clear that that's not what we do, but certainly encourage you to have constructive conversations about what you would want to see to improve the rezoning application or the plan that's been put forward. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Yes, and what's within our legal limits.
Yeah,
So,
and with
Mayor
that,
Pro Tem?
yeah, and with that being said, I actually would like to make a motion to hold this open until May 2nd, which is outside of Ramadan, because our next meeting, it would be April 18th, would be still in Ramadan. So for May 2nd, and that also gives you all time to talk and have conversations and meetings. And again, as Councilor Ford said, I almost said Chancellor Ford like earlier. Councilor Ford said it gives you time to really have meaningful conversation about the plan, but also any peripheral things that you all need to work on. So that is my motion.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. We'll hold this open till, the public hearing open until May 2nd. It'll be that evening.
Case number 2. Hi.
Not tonight, it is downtown. Yeah. And it's just like William Pete's, that was reserved to central businesses. I'm letting everybody leave so we can, yeah. We're taking a brief break, but we're coming back. We would ask everybody who wants to talk to please do so outside. Oh, no. I'm sorry.
Michelle, someone left their jacket.
Left what? Somebody lost their wallet. If we could close the doors in the back, please. Thank you.
Ain't that the truth?
Okay, next we have rezoning Z6732, 7910 Skyland Ridge Parkway.
Yes, ma'am. This is Z6722. Happily, we are not in 2032 yet. This is, it does feel like a lot of time has passed this evening. This is 7910 Skyland Ridge Parkway. This is on the north side of Glenwood. Can you all hear me? North side of Glenwood Avenue. It's a request to rezone just under 18 acres from commercial mixed use with a 3-story height limit and conditions. And part of the site is currently in the Alexander Place PD. The new rezoning would be CX20 with conditions. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan and future land use map. Planning Commission recommends approval. This was revised. The request was revised before you scheduled the public hearing, and I have had advice from my colleagues who have had a conversation with the applicant that they would like to close the public hearing, have this sent back to staff so that they can make some revisions and have this advertised for another public hearing. I just want to forecast that. But this public hearing has been advertised. We need to walk through it and hear from the public.
All right, I'm having a hard time hearing, so
Sorry.
Bynum, if you could speak.
You want me to yell?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. I will do that. Happy to do that. So this is the site, again, on the north side of Glenwood Avenue. This is like a fitness facility. It used to be the Best Buy. Yep. So up near Briar Creek Parkway on the north side of Glenwood. And a couple of views of the site from the street. So the conditions that are offered now, the applicant does want to revise these. They have prohibited 2 uses. They have limited their residential units to no more than 890. They've limited their non-residential units by square footage, a total of 400,000 square feet, and then limited office to no more than 200 square feet and retail use to no more than 200,000 square feet. They are requiring an improved outdoor amenity area above and beyond what's required by code, as well as an 8-foot sidewalk on Skyline Ridge Parkway, and they've restricted parking between the buildings and Skyline Ridge Parkway. Also, there's a required build-to for Skyline Ridge Parkway, and they have made a provision for affordable housing. If there are more than 400 units built, at least 5% of those units must be affordable at 80% AMI. So the change here, this is increase in residential entitlement, decrease in office entitlement, and an increase in retail entitlement. The setbacks are not changing significantly here. The conditions also in limiting the square footage, medical office is not included in that limit. So this is consistent with the plan overall. There are a handful of inconsistent policies here. Nonetheless, Planning Commission recommends approval. I do want to note you had correspondence from, and staff has had extensive conversation with the Raleigh-Durham Airport about this case. So this is outside the airport overlay. We don't have regulatory authority on behalf of the airport here. They have concerns about height at this location and potentially, depending on their plans, concerns about noise. They are also in conversation with the applicant, and since we're expecting this to be deferred anyway, I think they are really appreciative of the opportunity to have some additional conversation with the applicant about their issues. Any questions I could answer for you before you open the public hearing?
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open the public hearing. Worth Mills, speaking in support. We have 2 people who've signed up to speak in opposition, Cole McMullen and Delia Chi.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of City Council, Worth Mills, Longleaf Law Partners, here on behalf of AP Shops, LLC, who is the property owner and the rezoning applicant. The request to CX20 conditional use sets the stage for a long-term revitalization of what is currently an underutilized property. The requested zoning would allow this property to transform from what is currently a commercial-only property into a true, dense, mixed-use project. The request is consistent with the regional mixed-use future land use map designations. As Bynum mentioned, the zoning conditions for sidewalk width, the location of parking areas, and the build to create consistency with the urban form map. We have offered an affordable housing condition, which is one of the conditions that we wish to amend. And again, as Ms. Walter mentioned, we would like to defer. I think our preference is for a May 2nd hearing, which will give us enough time to revise those conditions, make sure that the RDU Airport Authority signs off on those and is okay with the changes that we make. To lay out those proposed changes, we would like to reduce the building height to 16 stories. And we would also like to include a provision that says any building taller than 75 feet would be required to obtain RDU Airport Authority before it can be built. Those are requirements that are existing today based on RDU's zoning ordinance that applies to this property. But for the best interests of any future owners, all other parties interested, to have that on notice, I think would be very important. We would also like to increase the number of residential units to 1,000 while decreasing the amount of non-residential space to 300,000 and limiting office and retail uses to 150,000 square feet each. And And we would also like to amend our affordable housing condition after further conversations with Councilmember Jones. We would like to make that condition applicable earlier in the redevelopment phase so that the first phase of development would include affordable units at 80% AMI. Collectively, these changes would result in additional affordable units that could be built under the proposed zoning. So again, the property is approximately 17 and a half acres. It fronts along Glenwood Avenue, Highway 70. The Briar Creek Commons Shopping Center is located kind of southeast, and the property to the northwest comprises that boundary line between Wake County and Durham County. There's currently 4 buildings on the site. The Planet Fitness is on the bottom left. There's Assorted Retail in that middle building along Skyland Ridge, a Burn Boot Camp in the bottom right, and a V Pizza and Flash Cocktail Bar is the building farthest north. The existing paved area is essentially the developable area of this site. The rest of the site is comprised of existing TCA, noose riparian buffers, and flood-prone soils. So where you see development today is where you could see development under proposed zoning and a future redevelopment plan. The redevelopment into a true mixed-use property is going to occur in phases, with the first phase occurring in that vacant pad next to the pizza shop and the cocktail bar. We're expecting approximately 350 to 400 units in that first phase. As existing leases expire, that will then kind of open up the possibility for demolition of those existing buildings and to create the taller structures where you do get a true mix of uses and at densities that can be supported in this area. The overall redevelopment of this site is probably a 20-year time horizon. Condition 1, as Bonham mentioned, prohibits the cemetery and adult establishment uses. Conditions 2 and 3 set the development maximums. Again, we do wish to amend those to increase the residential and decrease the amount of non-residential. Condition 4 requires that every site plan for new construction include an outdoor amenity area of at least 1,000 square feet and within 100 feet of the proposed building. Conditions 5, 6, and 7 are those urban form mimicking conditions that would apply once those 3 buildings, any of those 3 buildings along Skyland Ridge right-of-way would be demolished and replaced with new buildings. And then again, condition 8, we do currently have an affordable housing condition for 5% of all units built after the 400th unit at 80% AMI. That would yield 25 units under our current proposed zoning. With the revisions that I've mentioned, we would amend that to 2.75% of all units built in any phase, which again, if we increase the number of residential units that can be built to 1,000, that would potentially yield 28 affordable units on this site. Again, we do wish to defer this to May 2nd, but happy to get any feedback from City Council that we can hopefully incorporate into the updated rezoning application. Happy to answer any questions that you have, and I appreciate all your time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Mayor Pro Tem?
2 questions. One, the topo over there is significant as far as the grade. So where would, I guess, the measurement, where's the primary street?
The primary street is going to be Skyland Ridge Parkway.
Okay.
And again, the site is, it's already been graded, obviously, with the existing buildings on it. And any area outside of that already paved parking area is likely not going to be developed because it's already encumbered with existing TCA or it's been identified as a Neuse River riparian buffer. So we've got a good sense of where that redevelopment can take place, and fortunately it's flat enough for us now. I will say that the property does slope significantly from Skyland Ridge. It's, you know, maybe 8 to 10 feet of a slope along Skyland Ridge, which is one of the reasons we didn't want to include just a frontage designation, which is going to require building entrances facing that way, which just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But trying to keep those buildings closer to the street, prohibit parking between the buildings and Skyland Ridge, and create an urban form without all of the other requirements of a frontage.
Okay. And also, would you be open to maybe May 16th, since the case that just preceded you will be coming back on May 2nd?
That sounds really good to us.
May 16th?
I just want to clarify process. So what Mr. Mills is asking is that you close the public hearing and that we would bring this back to you as a special item at your next meeting on the 18th, provided he gets all his signatures and his revised language in by this Friday. Only then would you be able to act on the 18th to schedule a public hearing. I don't think it'd be appropriate. Well, you could, but you might want to see what he offers and that he actually is able to pull that together before you set a date for public
So
hearing.
do we have to close the hearing or keep it open?
Because what
legally?
the combination of what he's proposing, at least one condition that is less restrictive, and so we have to have a new public hearing. You have to close the hearing for him to be able to submit and request a new hearing.
He has to have that in by Friday, right?
Yes, sir.
So we could put this on, oh, wait a minute, Friday's a holiday.
Friday's a holiday, so he has to have it in by Thursday.
He could email it on Friday. He may not have Friday as a holiday.
Okay. And all we're doing on the 18th is, and the only thing we're doing on the 18th is set the public hearing.
That's sir. Yes, sir. That's right.
Well, could we set the public hearing then on the 2nd? I mean, if it's not going to be a public hearing, that's what you were concerned about.
On the
Mayor Pro Tem,
18th,
right?
you can make the decision about when you would like to schedule the public
May
hearing.
18th or?
April.
April
On
18th.
April 18th.
Okay.
Which is when it will next come to you as a special item. You can make a decision then about when you would like to schedule the public hearing.
Okay.
On a date in May or some other time.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have 2 people who have signed up to speak in opposition. Does anybody have any questions for the applicant? Any other questions? Okay. We have 2 people signed up. If we could set the timer, Cole McMullen and Delia Chi. Is Delia here? Okay, if you could come up.
I'll be quick. Whenever I signed up, I didn't think there was any affordable housing included in this particular rezoning. So I was happy to hear about the conditions that are being worked on by the applicant. And I also like that they would be for any amount of units made. So if those conditions come to fruition, I might sign up and support next time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Short.
If you could give your name, please.
Hello, my name's Delia Chi. Good evening, Mayor Baldwin, Mayor Pro Tem Corey Branch, and members of the Raleigh City Council members. My name's Delia Chi. I'm the Vice President of Planning and Sustainability with Raleigh-Durham Airport Authority. And I very much appreciate the chance to speak tonight on behalf of the Raleigh-Durham Airport Authority and the Raleigh-Durham International Airport regarding this rezoning case at Skyline Ridge Parkway, and to add to the comments that we submitted to City of Raleigh on February 21st of this year. So as most of you know, the Raleigh-Durham Airport Authority and the Raleigh-Durham International Airport is a significant economic engine to our region. The airport generates $17 billion in annual economic output, $888 million in state and local taxes, and we support more than 85,000 jobs. Our number one priority, however, is the overall safety of the customers that fly in and out of RDU. And that's why back in 1998, pursuant to Chapter 63 of the North Carolina General Statutes, the authority adopted a height zoning ordinance, and that regulates and restricts the heights of structures that are around the airport. And this ordinance was put into place, again, in order to protect the health, safety, and the general welfare of all the citizens in Wake and Durham counties, so that the creation or establishment of obstructions that are a hazard to air navigation could be prevented. So this ordinance requires a developer to submit an application to the authority for review and approval of temporary or permanent structures in zones defined by our ordinance. So our concern for the proposed rezoning relates to the potential safety risk to aircraft arriving and departing RDU if building heights up to 20 stories, as presented in this rezoning, are allowed on the site. The Skyline Ridge Parkway site is located only 1.5 miles from the 2-3 right end of the main runway 5 left 2-3 right. So the zone that we're most concerned about here is defined as the horizontal surface under Title 14 Code of Federal Regulations, Part 77. So that zone is 150 feet above ground level, above the runway end elevation, or approximately 552 feet above mean sea level. We respectfully request the approval of this item to be deferred, which it sounds like that's the case, so that we can continue to work with staff and the developer to see if we can come up with a mutually beneficial solution. If council's wishes to ultimately approve this rezoning request, we ask council to impose a maximum height restriction of 552 feet above mean sea level in the area subject to the rezoning before a building permit can be issued. And before a building permit can be issued, the developer must get approval from the authority in accordance with our height zoning ordinance. So just as a reminder, Chapter 63 of the North Carolina General Statutes does grant the authority the legal right to enforce airport zoning regulations. That ensures that any future development that is on the site would not adversely affect airport operations. Thank you so much for your time tonight. I know it's been a long night. I appreciate the support of Raleigh-Durham International Airport, and we look forward to working with City Council, the developer, and staff to be able to come up with a mutually beneficial solution. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Councilmember Jones?
Mine's just a comment, just to sum up everything from there. And one quick question. The 15 feet, you said, ma'am?
552 feet
52.
above mean sea level.
Okay. 550. Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, I was wondering, can you transition that into stories?
So I can't do that on the fly because we'd have to calculate the edge of the runway and then look at the grade difference between the edge of the runway and this site. We certainly can do that. I wanted to add some, if you would indulge me for a moment, some clarification on the state of play here. This site is not within the airport overlay district that the city imposes and that nearby jurisdictions impose. Certainly the applicant can offer a condition that mirrors what you heard from Ms. Key, and that's what we would work with the applicant and the airport authority to develop. I just want to make clear that there's no authority to impose it. It would have to be voluntarily offered by the applicant because it's outside of an existing airport overlay district. But the applicant has committed to us to continue to work with the airport authority and staff to identify a condition that would meet those terms.
Councilmember Melton and then Mayor Pro Tem Branch.
I have a question. In the letter that we received on behalf of RDU, it mentions that any proposed development at this location will be required to undergo a formal airspace evaluation by the Federal Aviation Administration and receive a permit from RDU Airport Authority. So even if the case is approved before they could get a build permit, would they have to go through that process regardless of whether they offer a condition anyway?
Yes, that is correct. The reason why we wanted to come forward to City Council today is to be able to increase the visibility. As a airport authority, it's sometimes very difficult for us to talk to all the developers, get them to realize that we actually do have a height zoning ordinance. We can enforce height restrictions in the area around the airport. So we seek to City Council, to the City of Raleigh, and as well as the developer to be able to work with us to try to preserve the safety of all of the different aircraft operations in the air, as well as the people that are on the ground, and work together to increase that visibility.
I'm going to be on a plane soon, so I appreciate that. So thank you.
Yep.
Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Fort.
Don't go far because you might be able to answer this question. I know you all are contemplating a new runway, which which I think will impact distance because it's a longer runway that you're adding. Will it impact the distance as far as how far out your reach goes? with the
Yes,
new
it
runway?
actually will, and I know Pat was alluding to it a little bit earlier when he was talking. We are developing or in the process of putting in place a replacement 5 left, 2, 3 right runway. So it will move the runway 537.5 feet to the northwest. With that, we're trying to still determine what the runway end elevation is going to be, but we believe that that runway end elevation is going to be somewhere around 405 feet. But until we get through the design process, we won't know exactly when that's going to be. All we know that is a proposed development that is going to be potentially 20 stories. I don't know how many feet that is. A proposed development that's going to be 20 stories is going to definitely penetrate that Part 77 horizontal surface, which is 150 feet from the runway end elevation.
Don't
Councilmember
leave
Fort?
because my question's for you too. So how long does it take for the airport authority to approve whatever permits or whatever they'll need to do construction? How long is that process on your end?
So kind of going back to, I think it was your question before, it's sort of a two-part process. The FAA first has to, a developer first has to submit an application to the FAA. They will do the aeronautical survey to determine whether it is a hazard to air navigation. And so they'll look at a lot of different factors. The FAA is the one that's responsible for being able to do some of that analyses. They don't have regulatory control for land use. That comes from the authority. We've got the process in place to be able to restrict heights and that sort of thing. Our process takes about a month to complete, so in total it could be from the FAA process and then our process about 4 months.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions? Okay,
I just want to make a comment.
Yes.
So I wanted to quote my favorite musical, which is Hamilton, and in it says, "Winning's easy, governing's harder." And I want to say that understanding that we have to work together with developers to create the future we want to see has been enlightening for me. This applicant is offering between 25 and 28 units for affordable housing at 80% AMI and including half of it in their first phase. This is a redevelopment of a shopping center as leases run out and is creating walkability in a busy section of town. I'm always going to ask for there to be more benefits for the community, but I think this is a good start. I'm happy to support density where it makes sense, and I believe Briar Creek is where that makes the most sense, willing with the RDU, of course. But I'm really happy to, we will continue to ask for more community benefits as we go along and grow, but I'm really glad for the conversation and appreciate all of the voices that have come to the table in doing this rezoning. So thank you so much. And I know that I don't know what the next step is, if we just defer it or.
I'm going to close the hearing, and then this will come back to us as a special item on April 18th. Okay? Thank you. Thank you for your patience. All right, next we have rezoning Z7221, Lake Wheeler Road.
Good evening, Hannah Reckow, Planning and Development. So as a reminder, the public hearing for this item is open. It was referred to Growth and Natural Resources Committee and then back out without a recommendation. The applicant has revised the zoning conditions since it was last discussed, and staff is suggesting a deferral to continue work to improve the clarity of those zoning conditions. But to give a summary of what has been submitted, conditions 8 through 11 are new. So there's a limit requirement of a 60-foot step back at or below 8 floors for a set of parcels that have frontage on Maywood Ave. They're adding the 25-year storm event to the stormwater, the runoff that would need to be controlled. And then there's a condition specifying contributions to the city for use for housing, and that's based on sort of what is built of specific uses. And then a condition requiring mixed-use building type for facades along Lake Wheeler Road. So those are the changes since it was last discussed. This exhibit, just to illustrate where the step back applies, it's the vertical black hash north of Maywood Ave. As I mentioned, staff would like to continue discussions on 2 of the conditions, including the housing contribution condition, to make sure that we can it's clear and enforceable, and recommending a referral to May 2nd.
So deferring this to May 2nd.
That's right.
Okay, any questions? All right, we need a motion to defer this to May 2nd.
I motion to defer to May 2nd.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
Is that during the day or the evening?
May 2nd?
Yeah, is that during the day or the evening?
Can we do it during the day? Okay, let's do the day. Okay, next we have rezoning Z 7922, 6119 Corporate Ridge Road. It's deferred. Mm-hmm.
The agenda has the 87 next. Do you want to, which one would you prefer to do?
Okay, that's not on my agenda for some reason. Where is it? Mine's, oh, there. So, right. That's not how it appears on my agenda. So, anyhow, everybody else has 6119 Corporate Ridge Road, or before?
It's really up to you. We'll do whatever you like.
Just go.
Just go.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah. Case C 7922 is a request to rezone a little over 4 acres in West Raleigh from CX4 with Special Highway Overlay District 1 to CX12 conditional use with Special Highway Overlay District 2. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map, and the Planning Commission recommended approval unanimously. So to situate us, this is just east of I-40 in West Raleigh. It's 2 parcels, sort of sit behind the hotel at the end of Corporate Ridge Road. It has a small frontage on Corporate Ridge Road. An image of what that looks like from the end of the right-of-way. There are 3 proposed zoning conditions. They're prohibiting a set of uses normally allowed in CX, limiting residential units, office, and retail sales, capping those 3 uses depending on sort of the scenario, and then committing to a 50-foot protective yard along I-40. The SHOD 2 that they're requesting would normally only require 20-foot with protective yard. So the change here, increase in maximum building height, an increase in the number of residential units that could be built, retail staying about the same, and sort of a downzoning in office, and that's based on that second condition. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan, including these policies. One inconsistent policy is really pointing to this being significantly taller than anything that is currently built. So this would be the first site in the area of that height. and the Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval. Can answer any questions you have for the hearing.
Do we have any questions of staff? Okay. No one has signed up in opposition on this. And I'm gonna, I'm sorry, what? Okay. I was gonna say, I'm gonna open the public hearing, and we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Letitia Shapiro for the here tonight with the applicant. I have members of the applicant team, Pradeep Sharma and Dan Papst here with us tonight, and I also have Mac Paul from Morningstar Law Group. Thank you to Hannah for that presentation. Just to be quick, as discussed, it's a zoning request from community mixed use up to 3 stories with special highway overlay district 1 to community mixed use 12 stories, conditional use special highway overlay district 2. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map, and neither consistent nor inconsistent with the urban form map, which recommends an urban or hybrid frontage. However, due to the site constraints, application of an urban or hybrid frontage may produce an undesirable result. And here are some examples of some of the work that they have done in the past, and this is just a very preliminary plan for the site. And we're here to answer any questions that council may have at this time.
Do you have any questions? Okay. If not, I'm going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
I'm going to make a motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated April 4th, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Clerk? Next, we have rezoning Z 8722.
Yes, ma'am. This is a rezoning on the block bounded by Davy, McDowell, Salisbury, and Cabarrus, bisected by Gale Street. It's a request to rezone 1 3/4 acres from DX20 with a shopfront frontage to DX40 with a shopfront frontage and some conditions. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the future land use map, and Planning Commission does recommend approval. This is the block just north of the Convention Center. Not too far from where we are right now. So what they have done here is prohibited some uses. They have required the provision of a bike share station as well as 1 public art installation. The residential and office entitlement is going up significantly. Retail entitlement, projected retail use not anticipated to change. It's, again, consistent with the comprehensive plan, and Planning Commission recommends approval. What questions could I answer for you before you open the hearing and hear from the applicant?
What questions do you have? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. Again, no one has signed up in opposition. We'll hear from the applicant again.
Me again. Letitia Shapiro, Morningstar Law Group. I'm here with Mac Paul from Morningstar Law Group on behalf of the applicant. Thank you, Bynum, for your presentation. And as discussed, this is a rezoning request from DX20 shopfront frontage and to DX40 shopfront frontage, and is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the future land use map, and the urban form map. Following recommendations from staff, we did add a bike share condition. And then following Planning Commission recommendation, we worked with staff to come up with an installation, or an art installation. And again, we're here for any questions.
Do we have any questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing then. Do we have a motion?
I've been talking with the applicant team about, I guess, holding this case. I think because of the substantial heights that are involved here, there is some more conversation we want to have about public benefits. So I'm going to recommend that we hold this case until, I'm not sure what would work best for y'all. could
April
be
18th would be fine.
this
Yeah.
April. That would be fine with me if we
Yeah.
have time on the agenda.
Okay, then I have to reopen the hearing.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
What are you all looking to develop here?
Just, this is the owner of the Truist Building, which is in the adjacent block. Part of this is a structured parking to support the tenants of that. So they're looking at multifamily and/or hotel and near the convention center. Not an office, but something that would be complementary to the offices in the adjacent area.
Okay.
One question, though, about, for Councilor Harrison. We'd like, in these conversations we've had, ready to introduce a condition dealing with some of the public benefits, and, you know, we certainly can do that by Friday if you wanted to allow us to come back to the next meeting so you can consider it at that meeting. Well, before.
He can still email it in, as Bynum said earlier. Might not be a holiday for him. So if that is the case, then you can get those in by Friday, and then we could schedule this for the 18th. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, can a motion to defer this until the 18th? So moved?
So moved.
Second.
Okay? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Jonathan Melton? Okay, thank you. I know we're all a little punchy right now. All right, Southeast Special Area Study, Final Report and Comprehensive Plan Amendments. No one has signed up in support, and we have a Leslie Zuniga who signed up in opposition. Is Leslie still here? Okay. All right, so no one signed up in support, no one is here in opposition.
All right, good evening. This is the final report and comprehensive plan amendments for the Southeast Special Area Study, CP 1221. I'm going to quickly talk about the study process, the community priorities we heard, the goals of the study, the comprehensive plan amendments, and then touch on some implementation notes. So this is the study area in southeast of Raleigh's current corporate limits and planning jurisdiction in Wake County. This is part of the city's urban service area, so an area that the city has agreements with Wake County to eventually serve. It, as you can see, also has proximity to a number of other jurisdictions in the county, and Raleigh has agreements with many of these jurisdictions about to eventually annex the area. It is identified in the comprehensive plan as a special study area, which is part of why the study was conducted. And will be is an area that's going to be is impacted by several major public investments, including the Neuse River East Parallel Interceptor project and the completion of I-540 through the area. So not really a question of if this area is going to experience some growth, but really how it grows in the future. And then finally, just to give you understanding of scale, this is a small area study, but it's a larger area, nearly 18 square miles, which is similar in size to the area inside Raleigh's Beltline or the town of Chapel Hill. So the study had 3 phases of engagement with the community between 2019 and 2021, and then the last phase was largely work by staff to coordinate internally and with neighboring jurisdictions before bringing the recommendations forward to you. And so what did we hear? We heard several priorities, improving travel through the area, and that was for all modes. Preservation of the open space and natural resources was also high on the community's list. And then we heard an interest in improving access to amenities and destinations, people wanting not to have to drive so far to get to shops and other destinations they want to have access to. So the report, final report describes the recommendations through the lens of 5 big moves. I'm going to talk quickly through these to sort of frame out the goals and strategies in the study's recommendations. So the first one is becoming Raleigh, expanding the ETJ. So as I mentioned, the study area is outside Raleigh's planning jurisdiction, or ETJ. Expanding the ETJ into the study area would make properties eligible for voluntary annexation and would increase access to city services and the sort of wider range of infrastructure required under Raleigh's UDO. It's also a key step in implementing the range of recommendations in the study. So the recommendation is for a phased approach with Area 1 acted on first. This is an area adjacent to current city limits west of the future I-540 corridor and south of the Neuse River. We've seen an uptick of rezoning requests and annexation requests in this area. And that being said, it is worth noting that there would be a need to invest in city services in this area, and in particular, a new fire station would be warranted. Second big move, making the most of natural resources. This area has long included agriculture and forestry uses, as well as a beloved river and greenway trail. And so the recommendations are designed to kind of preserve those and build off of those resources. Major infrastructure that will serve the region is planned for this area. As I mentioned previously, completion of I-540, expansion of sewer access to this area. There are 3 interchanges inside the study area, and these are both major components that are driving demand for development in the area. The fourth big move is to cluster development. So this is in support of the goals of increasing access to destinations and also preserving open space by sort of avoiding unnecessary greenfield development. So key recommendations here are to establish a new overlay district that would cluster development, preserve open space, and also revisit the conservation development option to encourage its use and further facilitate preservation of open space. This big move represents a change in how the area has already started to develop and how we've seen neighboring jurisdictions develop when 540 came through their areas. And then finally, the Neuse River Resource Recovery Facility is located in the southeast area, and a goal of the study's recommendations is to sort of facilitate compatible uses and avoid conflicts there. So CP 1221 contains recommended amendments to 4 maps and a new section of area-specific guidance. I'll go through each of those now. So a pretty simple one indicating this area on a map that marks all the small area studies in the city. And there are also amendments to reflect the goal of growing around more clustered centers. So that includes on the growth framework map and the urban form map, adding a city growth center in southeast part of the jurisdiction. And then in support of several of the big moves, changes to the future land use map are recommended. So these include adding a note of mixed uses at Whitfield and Rock Quarry Roads and Battle Bridge and Auburn Knightdale, and then adding a recommendation of business commercial services near I-540 and some of the Raleigh Waters public facilities lands. So this recommendation comes from, the Planning Commission recommendation rather comes with a recommendation to adjust the business and commercial services area in response to some public comment we got, and I can talk about that more in detail in a moment. I did want to note that a majority of the study area is recommended to remain as is on the future land use map. These changes are really in Area 1 and a portion of Area 2. And then the last map change is just to align our planned interchanges and grade separations map to align with the plan for I-540. And then the amendment also includes a new section of area-specific guidance. There are policies and actions that speak to the study's goals through the topics of open space preservation, connectivity, stormwater, economic development, and sustainability. And then a few notes on implementation. One major step is expansion of the ETJ. As I mentioned, the report recommends expansion to Area 1 in the near term. So this would need to be accompanied by a city-initiated rezoning to apply Raleigh zoning districts to that area. And would also allow, the policies and actions in the area-specific guidance section to be implemented. In a similar vein, there's also an action to consider potential relinquishment of Area 5, so that's the farthest out. And then, of course, coordination with nearby jurisdictions would be important throughout all of this. So just as a reminder of these areas, Area 1 is that area west of I-540, that the study recommends as the first step. Subsequent expansions could happen at a later date, sort of based on rate of development that we see in those areas. As these areas become more contiguous with corporate limits and annexation becomes feasible in those areas. Lost my place. And then with each of these, you could revisit a fiscal analysis before pursuing that next step. And I'll note there is an action in area-specific guidance section to do just that, to revisit the study recommendations based on the growth patterns that we actually see moving forward. So there was a high-level evaluation of costs and revenues to be expected and included in the final report. There is some uncertainty. We don't really know the rate of development that will materialize, but I think that the takeaways here are that there are some significant upfront capital costs. There would be recurring operating expenses and some uncertainty in the timing and amount of future revenue here. And then just to revisit the Planning Commission recommendation, it was for approval unanimously. We did hear from neighbors who live along Farmdale Road, which is in a section that is recommended on the future land use map to be amended from low-scale residential. They would like to stay low-scale residential, so that the Planning Commission's recommendation is essentially just to shift where that office and residential mixed use and business commercial services area starts, shifting that to the south. To sum up a few potential options for the council to consider, we can, of course, approve the comprehensive plan amendments tonight and authorize the process for expanding ETJ to start and city-initiated rezoning. You could also request additional study if you would like additional information before authorizing those steps. And then, of course, if there's additional study or other changes you'd like to see, staff can work on those. So I will conclude there, and happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions? Nope. Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. As I said, the person who signed up is not to speak in opposition is not here, so I will close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Madam Mayor, I just want to thank staff for this work. This is just, I know, the beginning. There's still a lot more. And if you could keep that last slide up, please. There's a lot more work that will take place because this is long-term planning. The key reason that I know I pushed and fought for you all to start this and meet with the residents back in 2019 and actually 2018 is because we've seen what growth has happened in other communities that didn't plan and didn't prepare. It just happened. This gives us a chance to finally be on the front end of that growth. We know what's needed. While they're putting in 540 now, we can go and try to get some utility right-of-ways put in so we don't have to go back and fight for it later. So with that being said, I move to approve CP 1221 and authorize ETJ expansion and rezoning today.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. I want to just thank staff, especially staff who were also upstairs managing and bringing people in, keeping everyone informed, and also just, it's late, so thank you. And with that, we'll adjourn the meeting.
Can I?
What?